There comes a moment when you begin to question the noise, the endless striving, the chasing, the performance of living that feels more like survival than fulfillment. You scroll, you race, you compare, and yet deep down something whispers, "This can't be it." That whisper is ancient, and it has an answer. Eastern philosophy doesn't try to sell you the illusion of control or perfection. It doesn't shout motivational slogans or promise overnight transformation. Instead, it offers something much rarer, a way to be. A way to live with more clarity, calm, and courage, not by force, but by alignment. At the heart of this way is Taoism, the art of letting go, flowing like water, and learning to trust what cannot be controlled. It's not passivity, it's power without tension. Taoism teaches you to live without resistance, to act without striving, and to find peace not by conquering life, but by cooperating with it. In a world obsessed with force, this is radical. Then there's Kaizen, the quiet rebellion against the myth of sudden change. 1% improvement each day, not dramatic, not flashy, but over time, unstoppable. Kaizen shifts the focus from outcomes to process, from pressure to presence. It reminds you that mastery is not a leap, but a rhythm. And then we meet the warrior monk of self-discipline, Miyamoto Musashi, a man who walked alone not because he feared people, but because he refused to betray his path. Musashi's philosophy is sharp like his sword, precise, minimal, decisive. His life teaches that strength is not in domination, but in clarity of mind and simplicity of heart. You don't become disciplined by punishing yourself. You become disciplined by knowing who you are and cutting away everything that isn't that. These philosophies, Taoism, Kaizen, the way of the samurai, are not relics of the past. They are living blueprints for navigating the chaos of the present. Each one offers a shift, from noise to silence, from force to flow, from striving to presence. They speak not in commands, but in invitations, to slow down, to realign, to move through life with greater harmony. For those who are tired of rushing, of pretending, of forcing things that no longer fit, a quieter strength is available, one built on self-respect, inner rhythm, and the discipline to live by deeper truths. The world may reward the loud and the fast, but there is immense power in those who move with intention. This path has always been here, steady, grounded, and waiting to be remembered. Why does modern life feel so heavy? It seems the more we plan, control, and push ourselves, the more life pushes back. We create endless to-do lists, set rigid goals, and chase after perfect outcomes. Yet instead of peace, we find ourselves anxious, restless, and exhausted. Our minds are always racing ahead, worrying about what might go wrong, obsessing over details, trying to bend reality into our will. It's as if the harder we try to hold on to life, the more it slips through our fingers. And this weight, the constant pressure to manage everything, is one of the great silent burdens of our time. We're told that if we just try harder, organize better, or optimize every aspect of our lives, then finally we'll feel in control. But the truth is, no matter how much we plan, there are forces far beyond our grasp. The future remains unpredictable, and life never unfolds exactly as we demand. Taoism offers a different path. Born in ancient China during a period of political turmoil and existential doubt, Taoism emerged as a quiet rebellion against the relentless drive to dominate and control. While the world around it was full of warlords, rigid rulers, and endless struggle for power, Taoism whispered a radically different message. Stop fighting with life, flow with it instead. At its heart, Taoism is not a system of rigid rules or commandments. It is an invitation to live in harmony with the rhythms of the universe. Rather than treating life as a battlefield, it suggests treating it like a river, unpredictable, powerful, and yet ultimately carrying us forward if we learn how to move with it instead of against it. The word Tao itself is often translated as the way, not a way invented by humans, but the natural way of existence, the hidden current beneath everything. It is the order of the cosmos, not as a set of laws, but as a living, breathing harmony. The Tao is in the changing of seasons, the cycle of day and night, the growth of a tree, the flow of water around stone. It's not something you can capture with logic or pin down with words. It's something you feel when you stop resisting and allow yourself to be part of the larger whole. Taoism teaches that most of our suffering comes from living out of step with this way. When we impose too much, force too much, cling too tightly, we create friction against life itself. But when we align with the Tao, when we allow ourselves to move with the natural flow, life becomes lighter, simpler, and more joyful. And this is why Taoism feels so relevant now, perhaps even more than it did 2,000 years ago. In a world obsessed with speed, control, and productivity, we've lost touch with flow, balance, and presence. We're so busy trying to conquer life that we've forgotten how to live it. Taoism reminds us that happiness is not found in constant striving, but in harmony. Harmony with ourselves, with others, and with the world around us. It doesn't ask us to withdraw from life, but to engage with it in a gentler, wiser way. Control. It feels like the one thing we must have to feel safe in the world. We wake up in the morning and almost immediately begin to plan, structure, and organize every detail of the day. There are alarms, schedules, calendars, and endless lists of tasks we believe will help us get a handle on life. Yet despite all this effort, how often do things really go according to plan? Traffic appears out of nowhere. Someone says something that upsets us. Technology fails at the worst moment. Or an unexpected event throws off our careful structure. The truth is, the more we try to tighten our grip, the more we realize how little power we actually have. And it's precisely this realization that life cannot be controlled that often feeds our anxiety. We keep pulling harder on the reins, yet the horse of life refuses to obey. Taoism understood this thousands of years ago. Lao Tzu, the legendary author of the Tao Te Ching, observed how human beings exhaust themselves in a desperate attempt to manage the world. His warning was blunt: those who try to control the world ruin it. Control in his eyes was not only futile but destructive. The harder we force, the more damage we cause, not just to ourselves but to the very world we're trying to shape. You can see this everywhere. The person who clings so tightly to their relationships that they smother them. The leader who tries to micromanage every detail until their organization collapses under the pressure, or the perfectionist who spends so much time polishing every corner of their life that they never actually enjoy living it. In Taoist thought, control is like grabbing water with your hands. The tighter you squeeze, the less you hold. This teaching resonates powerfully with our modern reality. Anxiety has become one of the defining conditions of the 21st century, and much of it stems from our obsession with controlling outcomes. We try to manage our careers with ruthless precision, map out our futures in exact detail, and hold other people to impossible standards. We spend hours predicting, forecasting, and simulating what-if scenarios in our minds, believing that if we just plan well enough, nothing will surprise us. But life is not a computer program. It does not run on our code. This endless striving for control only leaves us drained and frustrated because life will always find a way to defy our scripts. Think of something as ordinary as the weather. We check forecasts, plan outfits, and schedule events around sunny days, only to find ourselves caught in unexpected rain. Or traffic. We leave early, plan our routes, even use advanced apps to avoid congestion. but a single accident can throw it all into chaos. Or consider other people. No matter how much we try to persuade, manipulate, or anticipate their actions, people will always remain unpredictable. Taoism's wisdom is not that planning is useless. It's that planning must never be confused with control. The moment we expect reality to bend to our will, we set ourselves up for suffering. Taoism suggests a different path. Loosen your grip. Instead of fighting to dominate every detail, learn to move with the currents of life. The river flows regardless of our demands. Our choice is whether to exhaust ourselves swimming against it or to discover the ease of floating along its path. This doesn't mean passivity or laziness. It doesn't mean we abandon goals or stop caring about the future. It means we hold our plans lightly, adjusting gracefully when life inevitably changes course. This attitude transforms anxiety into adaptability. Instead of resisting reality, we become flexible enough to dance with it. Imagine driving in heavy traffic. One person clenches the wheel, swears at every slowdown, and arrives at their destination exhausted and furious. Another accepts that traffic is part of the journey, turns on some music, and uses the time as a chance to breathe. Both people sit in the same traffic jam, but only one suffers. The difference isn't the situation, it's the mindset. Taoism teaches us to adopt this lighter touch with all of life. The world will continue to surprise us, whether we like it or not. But when we stop demanding that it always obey us, we begin to find a strange kind of peace. Much of our stress comes from confusing influence with control. We can influence many things, our habits, our mindset, the effort we put into our work, but we cannot control the results. The student can study diligently but cannot control the exam. The athlete can train hard but cannot control the weather on game day. The entrepreneur can plan carefully but cannot control the market. In Taoism, wisdom means knowing where your influence ends and where the uncontrollable begins. This awareness allows us to invest our energy wisely rather than wasting it on battles we cannot win. It is this lesson that makes Taoism a powerful antidote to anxiety. Anxiety thrives on the illusion that if we just think harder, worry more, and plan better, we can guarantee safety. But Taoism asks us to pause and reflect. What exactly are we trying to guarantee? Absolute certainty does not exist. Security is temporary. The more we cling to it, the more fragile it becomes. The Taoist approach is to release the illusion and embrace the flow. It's not about becoming careless. It's about caring in a way that doesn't destroy us. Try this simple daily practice. Before rushing into your day, ask yourself one question. What am I forcing today that I could let flow instead? Perhaps it's a conversation you're over-rehearsing in your head, a project you're trying to perfect beyond reason, or a situation you desperately want to control but can't. By identifying one area where you can soften your grip, you give yourself permission to breathe. Over time, this practice builds a mindset of trust. Instead of battling life, you learn to collaborate with it. Taoism doesn't promise that life will stop throwing challenges at you. Storms will come, plans will fail, people will surprise you. But it does promise that if you stop clinging so tightly, you will find the strength to bend without breaking. The irony is that true control, the ability to remain steady and calm, comes only when you give up the illusion of controlling everything else. And once you understand this, life becomes lighter. You stop drowning in your anxieties and instead learn to float on the current of the Tao. Wu Wei is one of the most misunderstood ideas in Taoism, yet it may also be the most liberating. At first glance, the phrase translates to non-action, and this often leads people to believe it's about laziness, passivity, or sitting around doing nothing. But this interpretation misses the mark entirely. Wu Wei is not about abandoning effort, it's about a different kind of effort. One that aligns itself so closely with the natural rhythm of life that it feels effortless. It is action without unnecessary struggle, movement without resistance, accomplishment without strain. Think of it not as doing nothing, but as doing without forcing. The Taoist masters often compared Wu Wei to the way a skilled martial artist fights. A novice may approach combat with rigid techniques, relying on sheer strength and force. They swing wildly, clench their muscles, and waste energy trying to overpower their opponent. But a master understands that strength without timing is useless. Instead of brute force, the master flows with the opponent's movements, striking only when the moment is right, and retreating when retreat brings advantage. Every action is precise, effortless, and almost graceful. From the outside, it looks easy, as if the master is barely trying. Yet this ease comes not from weakness, but from years of aligning body, mind, and spirit with the rhythm of the encounter. That is Wu Wei, the art of acting in harmony with the situation rather than fighting against it. Lao Tzu used the metaphor of water to explain this principle. Water is soft, yielding, and without shape, yet it flows around obstacles and eventually wears down even the hardest rock. It does not resist the mountain in its way, it simply flows around it. Over time, the mountain itself is shaped by the persistence of water. Water accomplishes its purpose without arrogance, without struggle, and without exhaustion. This is the essence of Wu Wei, achieving without forcing, succeeding without striving, winning without exhausting oneself in endless battles. Now contrast this with how most of us live today. Our culture glorifies hustle, productivity, and constant striving. We are told that if we're not grinding, we're falling behind. Every day is a race to prove our worth through endless tasks, goals, and achievements. This obsession with effort often leads to burnout. People push themselves past their limits, believing that sheer determination will bend life to their will. But the harder they push, the more resistance they encounter. Projects stall, relationships strain, and health deteriorates. It is as if life itself resists those who insist on forcing it. Wu Wei offers another path. Instead of constantly battling reality, we can learn to act with it. Imagine someone trying to row a boat upstream. Every stroke is exhausting, progress is slow, and frustration builds with each passing moment. Eventually, the rower collapses from fatigue. But if that same person turned the boat downstream, the river itself would carry them forward with far less effort. They would still need to steer, still need to make choices, but the journey would feel lighter, smoother, more natural. Wu Wei is about recognizing when you're rowing against the current of life and learning to let the river carry you instead. It's not about abandoning the oars, it's about rowing with wisdom. This principle applies in countless modern situations. Think of creativity. Writers who force words onto the page often produce clumsy work. Musicians who obsess over every note drain the life from their music. But when they let go of the need to control every detail and allow themselves to enter the flow of creation, the words, sounds, and ideas seem to arise effortlessly. Athletes call this being in the zone. Artists call it inspiration. Taoists call it Wu Wei. It is that state where action feels so natural that you forget you are acting at all. Or take decision-making. Many people agonize endlessly over choices, paralyzed by the fear of making a mistake. They analyze, overthink, and consult every possible source of advice until their minds are cluttered and exhausted. Wu Wei suggests another way: pause, step back, and allow clarity to emerge. Often the best decisions are not those we force through excessive analysis, but those that arise naturally once we quiet the noise. In this way, Wu Wei is about trust. Trusting that life will reveal the right moment, trusting that our instincts will recognize it, and trusting that action taken in harmony will be more powerful than 1,000 forced efforts. This doesn't mean we stop working or abandon discipline. In fact, Wu Wei often demands great skill. Think of a calligrapher painting a stroke with effortless elegance. That stroke may appear spontaneous, but it is backed by years of practice. The mastery allows for ease. Without training, without preparation, effortless action is just carelessness. With mastery, effortless action becomes art. The Taoist sage does not deny the value of effort, they simply direct it differently. Effort goes into preparation, alignment, and awareness. Then, when the moment of action arrives, it flows without strain. There's a Taoist story about an archer. A beginner trembles with effort, straining to pull the bow, sweating over the target, desperate to hit the mark. But the master archer is calm. They breathe, they wait, they pull the bowstring with ease, and the arrow flies true. The difference is not in the strength of the arm, but in the presence of the mind. Wu Wei is that presence, a way of being where the right action arises without inner conflict. In daily life, applying Wu Wei means asking yourself, am I forcing this? Am I trying to bend this situation to my will, or am I aligning with what is already unfolding? This reflection helps us catch ourselves in moments of unnecessary struggle. Maybe it's the way we try to control a conversation, pushing our opinions too forcefully instead of listening. Maybe it's the way we obsess over making everything perfect at work, even when good enough would suffice. Or maybe it's the way we push our bodies beyond their limits, ignoring the signals of fatigue. Wu Wei teaches us that wisdom is not about doing more, but about knowing when to do less. Here's a simple exercise you can try. Before acting on something important, pause for a moment, take a breath. Ask yourself, am I forcing this or is this flowing? If it feels like forcing, step back. Wait. Reconsider your approach. If it feels like flowing, natural, aligned, effortless, then move forward. This pause creates a space for wisdom to enter. It prevents you from acting out of desperation and allows you to act with clarity. Over time, this practice shifts your whole relationship with life. You begin to notice when you're swimming upstream unnecessarily, and you start seeking the currents that will carry you with less resistance. Wu Wei doesn't mean life will always be easy. Storms will still come, challenges will still arise, and effort will still be required. But it changes the quality of your effort. Instead of exhausting yourself fighting battles that don't need to be fought, you conserve your energy for the moments that truly matter. You become like the martial artist who knows when to strike and when to yield, when to advance and when to retreat. And in doing so, your life gains a rhythm, a balance, a grace that striving alone could never achieve. The power of Wu Wei lies in its paradox. The less you force, the more effective you become. The softer you move, the stronger you stand. The more you let go, the more you accomplish. It turns life from a constant struggle into a flowing dance. And when you learn to dance with life instead of wrestle it, you discover a kind of peace and joy that no amount of control or striving could ever give. Simplicity is one of the deepest treasures in Taoist wisdom, yet in modern times it's also one of the hardest things for people to embrace. Taoism teaches that when life is simple, it becomes clear. When we strip away what is unnecessary, we finally see what is essential. But our world is built on the opposite idea, that happiness comes from adding more. More possessions, more accomplishments, more connections, more experiences. We are bombarded with messages telling us that if we just buy the next thing, reach the next milestone, or collect more followers and recognition, then finally we'll feel fulfilled. Yet for all this accumulation, people are more anxious, restless, and dissatisfied than ever. Taoism reminds us that fulfillment doesn't come from piling on layers of more. It comes from peeling them away. The Taoist sages often spoke of returning to the uncarved block. Imagine a piece of wood before it has been carved into shapes or decorated with patterns. In its natural state, it is whole, simple, and unspoiled. This uncarved block represents our original nature, life before it becomes cluttered with complications, desires, and endless striving. In Taoist thought, wisdom is not about adding more to the block, but about returning to its original simplicity. The more we add layers of complexity, ambitions, possessions, labels, and distractions, the further we drift from the natural harmony of life. Simplicity brings us back. Think for a moment about how much of modern life revolves around accumulation. We are encouraged to own more clothes than we can wear, more devices than we can use, more commitments than we can fulfill. Our homes overflow with things, our calendars are crammed with appointments, and our minds are stuffed with information. And yet, despite all this abundance, people rarely feel satisfied. In fact, the more we own, the more we seem to want. The more we schedule, the busier we become. The more we consume, the emptier we feel. Taoism recognized this paradox long ago. Chasing excess creates lack, while embracing less creates contentment. There's a Taoist line that says, "He who knows that enough is enough will always have enough." It is not the person with the most possessions who feels rich, but the one who feels no lack. True wealth, from a Taoist perspective, is contentment with simplicity. This is a radical teaching in a world where entire economies are driven by the promise that happiness is always one purchase away. Consumerism thrives on dissatisfaction. It whispers in our ear that what we have is not enough, who we are is not enough, and the solution is always outside of us, waiting on a shelf or in an online cart. Taoism flips this story upside down. It tells us that what we already have can be enough if we learn to see it. Simplicity is not only about material possessions, though that's often where the journey begins. It is also about how we use our time and how we carry ourselves mentally. Consider schedules. Many people today feel constantly overwhelmed, not because they lack time, but because their time is scattered across too many commitments. Every day becomes a frantic rush from one obligation to the next, leaving little room for rest, reflection, or simply being. Taoism invites us to simplify our schedules, not as an act of laziness, but as an act of wisdom. When we do less, we can give more attention to what truly matters. A life filled with too many activities leaves no space for depth. A life simplified creates room for meaning. And then there is mental clutter. Just as a messy room makes it hard to focus, a cluttered mind prevents us from experiencing clarity. Overthinking, endless comparison, constant worry. These are forms of mental noise that keep us from peace. Taoist simplicity means clearing space not only in our homes and schedules, but also in our thoughts. It asks us, what beliefs, fears, or desires are we carrying that add no value to our lives? What could we let go of to feel lighter? Sometimes the greatest simplification is not external, but internal, learning to silence the unnecessary chatter of the mind. Imagine your life as a garden. Every possession, every commitment, every thought is a plant growing there. Some plants give fruit and beauty, but others are weeds, draining energy and crowding the space. If you never clear the weeds, the garden becomes chaotic, and soon even the healthy plants suffer. Taoist simplicity is like weeding the garden of your life. It is not about stripping everything away, but about creating space for what matters most to grow. This perspective can transform the way we approach everyday choices. Before buying something new, ask yourself, will this truly add value to my life, or will it just take up space? Before saying yes to another commitment, ask, will this nourish me, or will it scatter my energy further? Before indulging another round of anxious thoughts, ask, is this worry helping me, or is it just more noise? By asking these questions, you begin to practice simplicity in real time. A helpful way to start is with a small, practical exercise. Identify 3 things you can remove from your life this week to create more space. It could be as tangible as a pile of clothes you never wear, as structural as a recurring obligation that drains you, or as invisible as a toxic habit of overthinking. By intentionally removing what is unnecessary, you create room for clarity. Over time, this habit reshapes your relationship with life. You begin to see that happiness was never hiding in more. It was waiting in the quiet space of less. It's important to remember that simplicity doesn't mean deprivation. Taoist simplicity is not about living with nothing, it is about living with enough. It is not about rejecting beauty or comfort, it is about seeing beauty in what is already present. It is not about punishing yourself with austerity, it is about freeing yourself from burdens. When you embrace simplicity, you realize that the moments of true joy are often the simplest. Sharing a meal with someone you love, sitting quietly in nature, finishing a task with focus, or simply breathing without hurry. These are the kinds of moments Taoism calls us to notice, and they are often drowned out when life is too cluttered. In a culture that equates busyness with importance and possessions with status, choosing simplicity can feel countercultural, even rebellious. Yet it is precisely this rebellion that makes it powerful. When you choose less, you are no longer trapped by the endless chase for more. When you choose clarity, you are no longer at the mercy of noise. Taoism doesn't ask us to abandon the world, it asks us to participate in it with lightness. A simple life is not an empty life, it is a life full of space for meaning, for connection, for presence. The more you practice simplicity, the more you see its ripple effect. With fewer possessions, you spend less time maintaining them and more time living. With fewer commitments, you have more energy for the ones that matter. With fewer mental burdens, you experience more peace. Life itself begins to feel lighter, clearer, and more aligned with the Tao, the natural flow of existence. And perhaps that is the real secret. When we stop filling our lives with noise, we discover that happiness was never missing. It was simply hidden under the clutter. One of the most recognizable symbols in the world is the circle divided into black and white halves with a small dot of the opposite color in each side. This is the Yin Yang, and it captures one of Taoism's most profound insights, that life is not made of absolute opposites, but of complementary forces that give meaning to each other. Yin is often associated with qualities like stillness, rest, softness, darkness, and receptivity. Yang, on the other hand, represents movement, activity, strength, light, and outward expression. At first glance, they may seem like opposites, but Taoism teaches us that they are not enemies. Instead, they are partners in a constant dance, each one incomplete without the other. Night is only meaningful in relation to day. Rest only restores us because of work. Silence deepens our appreciation of sound. The beauty of Yin and Yang lies not in their separation, but in their relationship. This relationship reminds us that life is not linear, but cyclical. In Western thinking, we often view life as a straight line, always moving forward, always chasing growth, always climbing towards some ultimate peak. But Taoism presents a different picture. Life moves in rhythms, like the waxing and waning of the moon, the turning of the seasons, the ebb and flow of tides. There is a time for expansion and a time for contraction, a time for activity and a time for rest. These cycles are not flaws or obstacles, but the very structure of existence. When we fight against them, we suffer. When we align with them, we find balance. To live in harmony with Yin and Yang is to recognize that no single mode of being can dominate forever. To push endlessly toward one extreme is to invite its collapse into the other. We can see this imbalance clearly in modern life. The culture of hustle glorifies yang energy, productivity, achievement, ambition, speed. We celebrate the grind, the late nights, the endless pursuit of more. But when yang dominates without yin to balance it, the result is burnout. People work themselves into exhaustion, neglect their health, and lose touch with their inner lives. On the other side of the spectrum, overstimulation from constant entertainment, technology, and consumer culture can drive people into numbness, a distorted yin where withdrawal becomes escapism rather than rest. In both cases, imbalance robs us of wholeness. Without balance, work becomes drudgery, rest becomes avoidance, play becomes addiction, and ambition becomes obsession. The wisdom of yin and yang is that each force carries the seed of the other. Within activity, there is the need for stillness. Within stillness, there is the potential for movement. The small dot of white inside the black and the small dot of black inside the white remind us that no state is pure and no state is permanent. Taoism teaches us not to cling to one side or reject the other, but to move gracefully between them as life requires. Just as breathing depends on both inhaling and exhaling, so too does living depend on both yin and yang. Applying this to daily life begins with awareness. Think about your relationship with work and rest. Do you swing too heavily toward constant effort, believing that pausing makes you unworthy or lazy? Or do you lean too far toward avoidance, letting fear of effort keep you from growth? Balance means respecting both sides. Work is noble when it creates meaning and provides service, but it becomes destructive when it consumes every moment of your day. Rest is restorative when it allows healing and reflection, but it becomes harmful when it turns into endless procrastination. To honor yin and yang is to see both as essential parts of the same whole. The same balance applies to ambition and play. Ambition drives us to grow, to push boundaries, to create. But ambition without play turns life into a relentless chase, where joy is postponed to some distant future. Play, on the other hand, brings lightness, spontaneity, and creativity. It reminds us that not every moment needs to be productive to be valuable. Yet play without ambition risks stagnation, where we drift without direction. Taoist wisdom asks us to blend the two, pursue goals with seriousness, but never lose the ability to laugh, to rest, to enjoy the simple pleasures of life. Balance also matters in our relationships with others. Yang energy is often outward, giving, speaking, acting, expressing. Yin energy is inward, listening, receiving, observing, nurturing. Healthy relationships require both. Too much yang and you dominate, failing to hear others. Too much yin and you lose yourself, absorbing the desires of others while neglecting your own. Harmony comes when we learn when to speak and when to listen, when to lead and when to follow, when to give and when to receive. Taoism shows us that self and others are not in competition but in a relationship, just like yin and yang. When we cultivate balance, our connections grow deeper and more authentic. Yin-yang balance can also be seen in how we treat our bodies and minds. Exercise, movement, and challenge are yang qualities. Rest, recovery, and nourishment are yin. A body trained without recovery breaks down. A mind pushed without rest collapses into stress. Yet too much stillness creates weakness and stagnation. Balance is not about finding a perfect midpoint at all times, but about respecting the rhythm of both. There are days when pushing yourself is necessary, and days when stepping back is wisdom. Taoism encourages us to feel into those cycles and honor them, rather than imposing artificial schedules that ignore our nature. To bring this principle into practice, try an exercise of awareness. At the end of each day, reflect on how much of your energy was in yin and how much was in yang. Were you mostly active, outward, striving, or were you mostly resting, receiving, withdrawing? Ask yourself, did I live today in balance, or did I lean too far into one side? This simple act of noticing can reveal patterns. Perhaps you'll find that 5 days in a row were dominated by yang energy, endless work, constant doing. That may explain the fatigue you feel. Or maybe you'll notice too many days of yin energy, inactivity, avoidance, retreat, and realize it's time to re-engage with the world. By observing your balance, you begin to realign with the natural cycles Taoism points to. The wisdom of yin and yang also helps us accept change. Nothing lasts forever. High energy gives way to low joy cycles into sorrow, growth slows into decline. This is not failure, it is life. To cling to one side, to demand that summer never end or the joy never fade, is to resist the very rhythm that sustains the world. Taoism teaches us to honor these transitions. Winter prepares the ground for spring. Night allows the body to rest for the day. Sorrow deepens our capacity for joy. Every cycle contains its opposite, waiting to emerge. When we stop fearing these changes, we learn to live in harmony with them. Ultimately, yin and yang invite us to see wholeness where our culture often sees division. We are told to always be active, always be productive, always be growing. But Taoism whispers that rest, reflection, and stillness are just as sacred. We are told to choose between ambition and joy, between self and others, between strength and softness. Taoism shows us that we don't have to choose, we can hold both in balance. The circle of yin and yang is not split down the middle as a line of conflict. It curves in a way that shows motion, interconnection, and flow. Life itself is a dance of these two energies, and our task is not to suppress one, but to move gracefully with both. When we begin to honor this dance, we discover a deeper peace. Work no longer feels like slavery because it is balanced with genuine rest. Rest no longer feels like guilt because it is balanced with meaningful effort. Ambition no longer feels like endless striving because it is balanced with joy. Play no longer feels empty because it is balanced with purpose. By living with yin and yang, we rediscover harmony, not by forcing life into one extreme, but by allowing it to cycle naturally between its complementary halves. Water is one of the most powerful teachers in Taoism. At first glance, it seems weak, soft, and yielding. You can scoop it up with your hands, spill it on the ground, or pour it from one container into another. It has no fixed form, no sharp edges, nothing about it that seems strong in the way we usually imagine strength. Yet Lao Tzu tells us, nothing in the world is softer than water, yet it overcomes the hard. Think about what that means. Water wears down mountains, carves valleys, shapes landscapes, and nourishes all life. It does this not by force, but by patience and persistence. It doesn't resist obstacles head-on, it flows around them. It doesn't demand to be one shape, it adapts to whatever vessel it enters. Water demonstrates a paradoxical kind of strength, the strength that comes not from rigidity, but from flexibility. This image of water is more than poetry. It is a guide for living. Taoism invites us to adopt the qualities of water in our daily lives, to be soft but enduring, yielding but unstoppable, adaptable but powerful. Water never breaks because it never insists on being rigid. When it meets resistance, it bends. When it encounters barriers, it finds another path. Over time, what appears soft proves stronger than what appears hard. The rock may resist for a while, but eventually, the water shapes it. This is a radical lesson, especially in modern culture where we're often taught to be unbending, to hold firm, to resist change. Taoism suggests that real resilience doesn't come from hardness, it comes from the ability to flow. Modern life, however, often drives us toward the opposite of this wisdom. We are encouraged to cling tightly to plans, to craft rigid identities, to perfect every detail of our careers, relationships, and goals. From an early age, we're told to figure out what we want to be and to pursue it without compromise. Perfectionism and rigidity are praised as virtues. But what happens when life refuses to fit into our carefully drawn lines? A plan falls apart, a relationship changes, a career path crumbles. If we are too rigid, these shifts break us. Like brittle glass, we shatter under pressure. Rigidity may give us the illusion of strength, but it is fragile strength that cannot survive the unexpected. Consider how this plays out in careers. Many people decide at a young age what they want to be, and they cling to that decision for decades. Even when the job drains them, or the industry collapses, or their passions change, they resist adapting because they fear letting go of the plan. Others define success so narrowly, a certain title, a certain salary, a certain image, that when life doesn't deliver exactly that, they spiral into despair. Taoism offers a different path. Be like water, flow into new opportunities, adapt to new circumstances, allow yourself to change shape without losing your essence. Just as water can be a river, a lake, or a drop of rain, you too can take different forms at different times without ceasing to be yourself. The same principle applies in relationships. Often we enter relationships with fixed ideas of how they should be. We expect people to meet certain standards, behave in certain ways, or fulfill certain roles. When they don't, we push harder, trying to bend them into our mold. But people are not rocks to be carved, they are rivers flowing in their own direction. Rigidity in relationships creates conflict, resentment, and disappointment. Flexibility, on the other hand, allows us to adapt to each other's changes, to flow with the natural rhythm of growth, and to find harmony even when life doesn't follow our script. Flexibility doesn't mean losing yourself, it means adjusting without breaking, shifting without resistance, and recognizing that love itself is more fluid than rigid expectations. Identity too benefits from this lesson. In the modern world, identity is often treated as something solid and unchanging. We are pressured to define ourselves in terms of career, personality, or social status. But Taoism reminds us that identity is more like water than stone. Who you are at 20 is not who you are at 40, and who you are at 40 is not who you will be at 70. Clinging to a rigid sense of self can make you fearful of growth and resistant to change. But if you allow yourself to be like water, you realize that transformation is not a loss, but a natural flow. You are not betraying yourself when you evolve. You are returning to the essence of life itself, which is constant change. Perfectionism is one of the clearest ways rigidity shows up in modern times. Perfectionism convinces us that unless something is flawless, it is worthless. We push ourselves endlessly, terrified of mistakes, ashamed of imperfection. But perfectionism is brittle. It cannot handle failure, and it leaves no room for spontaneity. Taoist wisdom shows us that water doesn't need to be perfect to be powerful. It doesn't flow in straight lines or symmetrical patterns. Its beauty lies in its adaptability, in its willingness to move wherever gravity takes it. When we adopt this perspective, we stop demanding perfection from ourselves and others. Instead, we learn to value progress, flow, and the natural unfolding of events. Think of how different life feels when you embrace flexibility. Obstacles become less intimidating because you know you can move around them. Failures become less devastating because you know you can change direction. Unexpected changes become less frightening because you trust your ability to adapt. This is the resilience of water, not to avoid challenges but to meet them with softness. Water does not conquer the rock by smashing into it with force. It conquers by patiently flowing around it until the rock itself yields. The lesson is clear. In the long run, flexibility outlasts rigidity. To begin practicing this lesson, try a simple reflection exercise. Ask yourself, where am I being rigid? How can I become like water here? Maybe it's in your career, where you're clinging to a plan that no longer excites you. Maybe it's in a relationship, where you expect someone to behave exactly as you want instead of accepting them as they are. Maybe it's in your own self-image, where you resist changing because you fear what others might think. Wherever you find rigidity, look for ways to soften, to adapt, to flow. You don't need to abandon your values or your direction. You only need to release the demand that life must unfold exactly according to your script. The beauty of being like water is that it doesn't mean passivity. Water is not weak. It moves mountains, sustains life, and survives every storm. But it does this without rigidity. It remains true to itself, always water, always flowing, yet it takes on the shape of whatever it encounters. In the same way, you can remain true to your essence while adapting to the circumstances of your life. Flexibility is not about losing who you are. It's about allowing who you are to find new expressions. In the end, Taoism's lesson of water teaches us that strength and softness are not opposites. They are partners. True strength is not about resisting change, but about flowing with it. True softness is not about fragility, but about endurance. When you embody the qualities of water, you discover a kind of freedom that rigidity can never provide. The freedom to move, to adapt, to survive, and to thrive no matter what obstacles stand in your way. And in that freedom, you find not only resilience, but also peace. One of the deepest Taoist insights is that much of our suffering comes not from what happens to us, but from how tightly we cling to things we can never truly hold. Control, attachment, and grasping are illusions that promise security but instead deliver anxiety and fear. We believe that if we just cling hard enough to relationships, possessions, reputations, or outcomes, then we will be safe from disappointment. But life constantly reminds us that nothing is permanent. People change, circumstances shift, success comes and goes, and the future cannot be guaranteed. When we resist this truth, we suffer. When we accept it, we find freedom. Detachment in Taoism is not about indifference or withdrawal from life. It is about loosening the grip that keeps us trapped, so we can flow with life instead of being dragged by it. Zhuangzi, one of the great Taoist sages, captured this wisdom with the story of the useless tree. In this tale, a carpenter sees a massive ancient tree that has lived for centuries. Its trunk is gnarled, its wood twisted and unsuitable for furniture or construction. The carpenter scoffs, saying the tree is useless because it cannot be shaped into anything valuable. But Zhuangzi points out that it is precisely this uselessness that has allowed the tree to survive. Other straight, useful trees have long since been cut down and turned into tools or houses, but this tree remains free and alive. Its uselessness is its freedom. This parable flips our modern values upside down. We often define our worth by how useful we are, how productive, efficient, or valuable we appear in the eyes of society. Social media amplifies this mindset, turning everything into a performance: how good we look, how successful we appear, how many likes and followers we can gather. But this constant striving to prove our value traps us. We cling to numbers, images, and comparisons that will never stop shifting. Like the carpenter, we mistake usefulness for worth. Taoism invites us to see things differently. Perhaps freedom comes not from being useful by society's standards, but from being free of the need to constantly prove ourselves. Clinging shows up in countless ways in modern life. We cling to outcomes, obsessing over whether our plans succeed or fail. We cling to identities, insisting we must always be the same person we once were. We cling to relationships, fearing abandonment or change. We even cling to control over our own emotions, demanding that we always feel happy, confident, and successful. But life does not obey these demands. The tighter we cling, the more fragile we become. A single setback can devastate us. A single rejection can feel like the end of the world. Taoism teaches that the only way to find lasting peace is to let go of this desperate need for control. Letting go does not mean carelessness. It does not mean giving up on goals, ignoring responsibilities, or neglecting people we love. It means shifting our relationship with outcomes. We can still act, strive, and care deeply, but we stop demanding that life must turn out exactly the way we want. We learn to accept impermanence as part of the natural flow of existence. Just as seasons change and rivers shift, so too do circumstances, emotions, and people. When we embrace this truth, we discover a freedom that control could never offer. One practical way to cultivate this Taoist detachment is through the breath. Breathing is the most basic rhythm of life, yet it also holds a profound lesson. Each inhale brings life-giving air, but if we tried to hold that breath forever, it would suffocate us. The exhale is necessary, a letting go that allows space for the next inhale. In the same way, clinging to people, possessions, or outcomes suffocates us. Freedom comes from learning to exhale, to release, to allow life to flow in cycles. Try this as a daily practice. When you breathe out, imagine letting go of one thing you are holding on to too tightly. It could be a fear, a desire, or an expectation. With each exhale, release your grip a little more. Over time, this practice trains the mind to let go with the same ease as the body releases air. Another powerful tool is reflection. Journaling allows us to shine a light on the hidden attachments we carry. Many of us cling unconsciously, not even realizing how much of our energy is spent holding on. To bring this into awareness, ask yourself, what am I holding on to that prevents me from flowing? Write down whatever comes to mind. A past mistake you can't forgive, a fear of failure, a rigid plan for the future, or an image of yourself you refuse to let change. Naming these attachments is the first step toward loosening their grip. Once you see them clearly, you can begin to ask, what would happen if I softened here? What freedom might I find if I let this go? Detachment is not about pushing people or things away. It is about holding them lightly. Imagine holding a bird in your hand. If you squeeze too tightly, you harm it. If you hold with an open palm, the bird can stay or fly, but either way you are at peace. This is the Taoist way, to love, work, and live fully, but without clinging. Relationships are healthier when we allow them to grow naturally, without demanding that they never change. Work is more fulfilling when we focus on the process rather than obsessing over the outcome. Life becomes lighter when we allow it to unfold without needing to script every detail. In the end, detachment gives us the very thing clinging promises but never delivers: freedom from fear. Fear arises because we are terrified of losing what we cling to. When we loosen our grip, the fear loses its power. We stop living in constant anxiety about what might go wrong because we accept that change and loss are part of life. This acceptance doesn't make us cold or unfeeling. It makes us resilient. We can love more deeply because we are not paralyzed by the fear of loss. We can live more fully because we are not suffocated by the need for control. Taoism's lesson of detachment reminds us that freedom is not found in having more, controlling more, or proving more. It is found in releasing the need to hold on. Just like the useless tree, we find strength not by conforming to rigid expectations, but by embracing our own natural way, free of the constant demand to prove our worth. Just like the breath, we find peace not by holding forever, but by learning to let go. In Taoism, there is a recurring theme that life is not a journey of constant accumulation, but one of return. We are not here to endlessly chase after more and more layers of identity, status, and possessions. We are here to rediscover what was always within us. Lao Tzu wrote, "Returning to the root is rest." At first, this may sound abstract, but its meaning is deeply practical. The root is our essence. The place beneath the noise, beneath the masks we wear, beneath the endless striving. To return to the root is to come back to authenticity, to simplicity, to the natural state of being. It is to find rest not in what we acquire, but in who we truly are when all the clutter falls away. In modern life, however, we are pulled in the opposite direction. Instead of returning to the source, we are constantly encouraged to build layers upon layers of identity. Think about how many roles you carry in a single day. Worker, friend, sibling, partner, creator, consumer, competitor. Each role demands a different performance, and each performance adds another mask. Social media amplifies this to an extreme. Online, we curate and project endless versions of ourselves, each designed to be validated by others. We live not just one life, but a dozen digital identities, and each one pulls us further from the root. This identity overload is exhausting. The more we cling to these shifting roles, the less we feel grounded in who we actually are. Taoism offers a powerful reminder. You do not need to become more. You need to return to the simplicity of being. Another obstacle is the ego, that restless voice that insists we are only as valuable as what we accomplish, own, or prove. The ego thrives on separation, me versus them, success versus failure, importance versus insignificance. It constantly pushes us to define ourselves against the world, which means we are always running, always comparing, always fearing what will happen if we stop. But the Tao teaches that the ego is not our root. Beneath it lies a quieter, more spacious self, one that does not need to compete or prove, one that simply is. To return to the source is to reconnect with this deeper self, the self that exists beyond the ego's demands. Distraction is another barrier that keeps us from returning to the root. Our world is designed to fragment attention. Notifications, entertainment, advertisements, and endless information flood our senses. Silence feels foreign. Stillness feels uncomfortable. Many people can't sit quietly for even a few minutes without reaching for their phone or turning on some noise. Yet this constant distraction keeps us from hearing the deeper currents of our own being. Taoism emphasizes the value of silence, not as emptiness but as fullness, the space where life itself can be felt. In silence, we hear not the chatter of the world, but the quiet wisdom of the Tao moving through us. So how do we apply this Taoist teaching of return in our daily lives? The first step is simplicity. Returning to the root means letting go of the unnecessary and rediscovering the essential. This can be as practical as clearing space in your home or as profound as simplifying your inner world. When you strip away the distractions, what remains is closer to truth. Silence is another key. In silence, we stop chasing after every thought or stimulus and allow ourselves to simply be. This can be cultivated through meditation or simply by sitting quietly in nature without the need to fill the space with words or activity. Nature itself is one of the most powerful ways to return. When you walk in the woods, sit by a river, or watch the stars, you are reminded of rhythms older than any worry or ambition. You are reminded of the Tao, the way that flows beneath all things. A simple exercise to practice this is to sit in silence for 10 minutes. No music, no phone, no distraction. Just sit. At first, you may feel restless. Your mind may jump from one thought to another. You may feel uncomfortable, even irritated. But if you stay with it, something begins to shift. The resistance softens. The noise inside begins to settle. Beneath the surface chatter, you may feel a deeper calm, the presence of your root. This exercise may seem simple, even trivial, but it is a powerful way to return to yourself. The more you practice, the more you discover that beneath all the noise, there is a stillness that has always been there. Returning to the source also means embracing authenticity. Many people spend their lives pretending, playing roles to meet expectations, chasing images of success that aren't truly their own. This constant performance creates inner conflict. The Taoist way invites us to drop the masks and live in alignment with our true nature. This doesn't mean rejecting responsibilities or withdrawing from the world. It means showing up as yourself, without the need to distort who you are for approval. Authenticity is not something you add to yourself. It is what remains when you stop pretending. The beauty of returning to the root is that it brings a deep rest that striving never can. Striving always leaves us tired, because no achievement ever silences the hunger for more. But when you rest in your essence, you realize that you don't need to be more than what you already are. You don't need to grasp for validation. You don't need to prove your worth. You can act, create, love, and live from a place of wholeness rather than lack. This is the rest Lao Tzu speaks of. Not mere physical rest, but a rest of the spirit, a return to the ground of being. In a world obsessed with constant forward motion, returning may seem counterintuitive. We are told to chase progress, to always look ahead, to define ourselves by the next milestone. Taoism reminds us that forward is not always the answer. Sometimes wisdom means turning inward, turning back, rediscovering the simplicity we lost along the way. Progress without return is hollow. Only by returning do we find the foundation to move forward with clarity and peace. When you learn to return to the source, life itself begins to feel lighter. The layers of identity, ego, and distraction no longer weigh you down. You begin to experience moments of presence, eating a meal without rushing, walking without distraction, listening without the urge to respond. These moments reveal that happiness was never hiding in the future. It was always here, waiting beneath the noise. To return is not to lose, but to rediscover. It is not to escape, but to come home. In the end, Taoism's lesson of return is a call to wholeness. Beneath all the roles, ambitions, and distractions, you are already complete. The Tao flows through you as it flows through rivers, mountains, and stars. To return to the root is to remember this connection. It is to rest in the truth that you are part of something larger, something timeless, something beyond the grasp of the restless ego. And when you rest there, you discover a peace that no amount of striving can give. Picture the gleam of polished armor under the dim light of dawn. A katana slides from its scabbard with a whisper, the steel catching the first rays of the sun. Temple bells echo in the distance, deep and resonant, as if time itself is pausing to listen. The air is still, yet heavy with the weight of discipline and purpose. This is the world of the samurai, not the exaggerated fantasy of movies, but the reality of a class of warriors who lived and died by an uncompromising moral code. They were not merely swordsmen. They were living embodiments of philosophy, warriors whose strength came as much from the mind as from the blade. They understood something that the modern world often forgets, that without principles, power is empty. Bushido, literally the way of the warrior, was more than a set of battlefield rules. It was a complete philosophy for living, drawn from centuries of Japanese tradition. It blended the stillness of Zen Buddhism, the moral clarity of Confucianism, and the deep reverence for nature and ancestors found in Shinto. It was a code that demanded not only courage in combat, but also integrity in daily life. A samurai's worth was measured not just by how they fought, but by how they carried themselves when there was no battle to fight. Every decision, every word, every gesture had to be in alignment with the virtues that defined the warrior spirit. This code was not something written in stone tablets or handed down as a rigid law. It was a living tradition, taught by example, refined through centuries of practice. To follow Bushido was to commit to a lifelong path of self-mastery. The sword was simply a tool. The true battle was within. It was about sharpening one's character the way a blade is honed, patiently, deliberately, with absolute attention to detail. In this way, the samurai did not chase perfection for its own sake. They sought to become the kind of person for whom honor was not an act, but a natural way of being. The heart of Bushido lay in its core virtues, 7 guiding principles that shaped every aspect of a samurai's life. Each one was a discipline in itself, demanding both understanding and action. Rectitude, the moral backbone that kept them steady in the face of corruption. Courage, not recklessness, but the calm willingness to act in the face of fear. Benevolence, the recognition that true strength is incomplete without compassion. Respect, the deliberate acknowledgement of the worth of others. Honesty, the alignment of word and deed. Honor, the lifelong commitment to live in such a way that one's name could be spoken with pride. And loyalty, the deep devotion to those you serve and the values you stand for. These were not abstract ideals to the samurai. They were daily practices tested in moments both small and great. And while the age of the samurai has long passed, the principles of Bushido remain as relevant as ever. In a world that rewards shortcuts, compromises, and self-interest, the way of the warrior offers a reminder that a life of discipline, integrity, and purpose is still possible, and perhaps more necessary than ever. To understand Bushido, you have to imagine Japan during the late Heian period, around the 11th and 12th centuries. The country was shifting from an imperial court culture where poetry, art, and ceremony dominated, to an era where military power was beginning to shape society. The emperor still sat on the throne, but real influence started moving toward powerful clans, led by warriors who could protect land and people. These warriors, known as bushi or samurai, weren't yet bound by a single, formalized code. At that time, the focus was simply on martial skill and loyalty to one's lord. Yet as centuries passed, through wars, political upheaval, and eventual peace, something deeper began to take shape. The samurai realized that skill with the sword wasn't enough to maintain order in society or dignity in life. They needed principles that could guide them in every situation, not just on the battlefield. From the late Heian period through the Kamakura and Muromachi eras, Japan saw constant conflicts between rival clans. The samurai were forged in this crucible of war, but the endless bloodshed made it clear that raw strength alone led to chaos. By the Edo period, beginning in the early 1600s, Japan entered a time of relative peace under the Tokugawa shogunate. With large-scale wars fading into memory, the role of the samurai began to change. No longer fighting in daily battles, they became administrators, teachers, and moral leaders in their communities. But a warrior without war still needed purpose. Bushido became that purpose, a way to live with honor, discipline, and clarity in an era where the sword was often sheathed. It was no longer just about how to fight, but how to live well. Bushido was shaped by 3 powerful philosophical and spiritual influences. The first was Shinto, Japan's native belief system, which instilled a deep respect for nature, ancestors, and purity. From Shinto came the idea that one's actions should align with a sense of spiritual harmony, that life should be lived in a way that honors the interconnectedness of all things. The second influence was Zen Buddhism, which taught the samurai how to quiet the mind and remain present, even in the face of death. Zen emphasized simplicity, mindfulness, and the acceptance of impermanence, all essential qualities for a warrior who might face mortality at any moment. The third was Confucian ethics, brought from China, which stressed loyalty, duty, and the proper ordering of relationships. Confucianism gave Bushido its social structure, the idea that a samurai must know their role and fulfill it with integrity. These three currents merged into something unique, a moral compass that went beyond religion, beyond politics, and even beyond war. Bushido was not a book of rules that you memorized, it was a path you walked every day. It didn't matter if you were managing a castle's affairs, training with a bow, or tending to family matters, the code applied everywhere. This universality is what made it so powerful. Even when the need for constant battle faded, Bushido kept the samurai disciplined, giving them a higher standard to measure themselves against. It was as much about restraint as it was about action. A samurai's greatness was measured as much by the battles they didn't fight as by the ones they won. What's fascinating is how Bushido filled a void that peace created. In times of war, purpose is often obvious: survive, defend, win. In peace, purpose becomes more elusive. Without a code, a warrior without an enemy can lose direction, falling into corruption, excess, or aimlessness. The Tokugawa shogunate understood this, which is why Bushido was emphasized as a cultural ideal during the Edo period. It kept the samurai mentally sharp and morally grounded, reminding them that their worth wasn't tied only to combat, but to the example they set in every aspect of life. In this sense, Bushido became as much a philosophy for peace as it had been for war. This shift holds a lesson for modern life. Most of us today don't live in a world where survival depends on a blade. Our battles are rarely physical, they are mental, emotional, and moral. We face constant distractions, conflicting values, and shifting expectations. Without a personal code, it's easy to drift, chasing whatever is easiest or most immediately rewarding, without thinking about whether it truly serves our deeper goals. In the same way that the samurai of the Edo period needed Bushido to keep them anchored during times of peace, we need something similar to navigate the chaos of modern life. A personal code does not have to be as formal as Bushido, but it must be deliberate. It should answer questions like, what do I stand for when no one is watching? What values am I willing to sacrifice comfort for? How do I decide what is right when the choice is not obvious? Without these answers, we live reactively, making decisions based on mood, convenience, or outside pressure. With them, we live proactively, guided by principles that remain steady, even as the world changes around us. Bushido teaches us that a code is not about restricting your freedom. In fact, it's the opposite. A clear set of values frees you from the endless anxiety of second-guessing every decision. You don't have to constantly reinvent your moral compass, it's already set. The samurai did not waste time wondering whether to act with courage or honesty. Their code had already decided for them. This gave them the mental clarity to focus on the task at hand, whether that was leading men into battle or settling a dispute in their village. And perhaps the greatest takeaway is this: Bushido endured because it worked. It kept individuals disciplined, communities stable, and a culture united through centuries of both war and peace. In our world of constant change, where trends rise and fade overnight, where news cycles spin endlessly, where values are often traded for short-term gain, the idea of living by a timeless code may be exactly the anchor we need. It does not mean clinging to the past. It means choosing principles that are worth carrying forward into the future. Principles that, like Bushido, can guide us not just in moments of crisis, but in the quiet, everyday decisions that ultimately define the life we live. Rectitude, or gi, is the foundation of the samurai spirit. Without it, all the other virtues collapse. To the samurai, Rectitude was more than just knowing the difference between right and wrong. It was having the courage to live by that difference, even when it came at great cost. It meant carrying within yourself a clear moral compass that no amount of pressure, fear, or temptation could bend. A person could be skilled with a sword, intelligent and disciplined, but without rectitude, all that strength could be misused. The samurai believed that a life without justice and integrity was worse than death, because it meant living as someone you could not respect in the mirror. In the context of Bushido, justice wasn't left in the hands of kings, courts, or abstract laws. It was seen as a personal responsibility. This is a powerful idea because it places the weight of moral choice squarely on the individual. You could not excuse yourself by saying, "I was just following orders," or "that's what everyone else was doing." The true samurai understood that every action they took reflected their character, and that justice was not something to be delegated. It had to be lived out personally. This responsibility was constant. Whether they were in the chaos of battle or the stillness of everyday life, the expectation was the same. Act in accordance with what is right, even if no one else will. The modern world often confuses rectitude with convenience. People might claim to stand for certain values, but when those values threaten their comfort, status, or relationships, they quietly set them aside. Rectitude doesn't work that way. It's not about doing what's right when it's easy. It's about doing what's right precisely when it's difficult. It means telling the truth even when lying would protect you. It means refusing to participate in something unethical, even if everyone around you is involved. It means walking away from opportunities that compromise your principles, even if those opportunities promise wealth or recognition. For the samurai, this unwavering commitment often required great personal sacrifice. There are stories in Japanese history of warriors who chose death rather than betray their sense of justice. One such example is the tale of Asano Naganori, the lord whose actions led to the famous Akko incident, the story of the 47 Ronin. When Asano was provoked and insulted by a corrupt official named Kira Yoshinaka, he lost his temper and drew his sword within Edo Castle, violating strict laws that prohibited fighting in the shogun's palace. For this breach, Asano was ordered to commit seppuku, the ritual suicide of a samurai. His loyal retainers could have abandoned his cause to save themselves, but they believed Kira's corruption was a stain on justice. For 2 years, they planned and waited, ultimately avenging their lord's honor, even though they knew it would mean their own deaths. This wasn't an act of blind vengeance. In their eyes, it was the fulfillment of gi, correcting a moral wrong despite the cost. Another example can be found in the life of Uesugi Kenshin, a legendary warlord known for his strict sense of justice. During one of his military campaigns, he learned that his enemy's forces were running out of salt, a vital resource for survival. Rather than exploiting this weakness, Kenshin ordered his own merchants to sell salt to the enemy. His reasoning was simple. A warrior should defeat his opponent in battle, not through dishonorable means. This act became so famous that a Japanese saying emerged: "Give salt to your enemies," meaning to uphold fairness even toward those who oppose you. Kenshin's decision showed that rectitude was not only about loyalty to one's allies, but also about fairness toward one's rivals. In daily life today, we might not be asked to make life or death decisions based on justice, but the same principle applies in countless small moments. Standing up for someone who is being treated unfairly at work. Speaking out against unethical practices in your industry, even if it risks your position. Refusing to compromise your integrity for short-term gains. These moments may seem small, but they are the true tests of rectitude. Every time you choose what is right over what is easy, you reinforce your moral clarity. Rectitude also demands that we do the hard work of discerning what right actually means. The samurai didn't rely on feelings or popular opinion to define justice. They trained their judgment through study, mentorship, and reflection. In a world where social media outrage can erupt overnight, and popular sentiment can shift in an instant. This practice of steady, thoughtful discernment is more important than ever. Acting in accordance with GE means being willing to take a stand that may be unpopular, provided it aligns with deeply examined principles. It also means being humble enough to admit when you've been wrong and to correct your course. What made rectitude powerful for the samurai was not just that it guided their public lives. It shaped their private lives as well. They believed that your character was built in the quiet moments when no one was watching. It's easy to act honorable when others are observing, but the test of true gi is how you behave when you're alone, when no recognition or reward is possible. Do you still choose the right path? Do you still honor your word? That is where real integrity lives. There is also a freedom in rectitude that many people overlook. When your principles are clear and non-negotiable, you remove a great deal of hesitation and mental conflict from your life. You don't waste energy wondering what to do in a moral crisis. The answer is already decided. The samurai were decisive because their moral framework was already in place. This decisiveness is a rare trait today, where many people delay hard choices out of fear of consequences. But when you know who you are and what you stand for, you act, and you accept the results with dignity. Ultimately, gi is not about being perfect or flawless. It's about refusing to betray your conscience, even when doing so would be easier. The samurai understood that their honor could not be taken from them by force. It could only be surrendered by their own actions. In our time, the same is true. Your integrity is your most valuable possession. Once it's lost, it's nearly impossible to regain. Rectitude, then, is the discipline of guarding that integrity with every choice you make. It is the quiet, steady flame that lights the way for all other virtues to follow. Courage, or yu, is the natural partner of rectitude. Knowing what is right is meaningless if you lack the strength to act on it. To the samurai, courage was not simply a flash of bravery in the heat of battle. It was a way of moving through life with conviction, whether facing an armed enemy or a difficult decision. It was about the willingness to step forward when every instinct tells you to step back. Without courage, rectitude remains a noble idea trapped in thought. With courage, it becomes a living reality. The samurai viewed courage as more than reckless daring. Recklessness was seen as dangerous and foolish, the mark of someone controlled by impulse rather than discipline. True yu was calculated and purposeful. It was the kind of bravery that came from preparation, from understanding the risks and acting anyway because the cause was worth it. This is why the samurai spent years honing their skills, not only with weapons, but with their minds. They knew that in a moment of crisis, instinct would take over, and instinct had to be trained to align with their values. Zen Buddhism deeply shaped the samurai's understanding of courage. Through meditation and the acceptance of impermanence, they learned to view death not as something to fear, but as an inevitable part of life. If death could not be avoided, then it had no power to paralyze. This mindset freed them to act with clarity even in the face of mortal danger. It wasn't that the samurai were fearless, it was that they had accepted fear as a companion, refusing to let it dictate their choices. One famous example of yu in action is the story of Takeda Shingen, a renowned daimyo of the Sengoku period. During one campaign, Shingen's forces were vastly outnumbered by an advancing enemy army. Rather than retreat in panic or engage recklessly, Shingen calmly repositioned his troops into a defensive formation that forced the enemy into narrow terrain. This move required immense courage. He had to hold his ground while staring down a seemingly unstoppable force. But his calculated bravery turned the tide of battle. The courage here was not just in facing danger, but in doing so with discipline and patience. Courage also appeared in quieter, less dramatic moments of samurai life. Consider the story of a low-ranking samurai named Tori Mototada, who served Tokugawa Ieyasu. In 1600, during the lead-up to the decisive Battle of Sekigahara, Mototada was tasked with holding Fushimi Castle against overwhelming enemy forces. He knew the castle could not be held indefinitely, but his stand would buy Ieyasu the time needed to prepare for the larger conflict. Mototada fought with unwavering resolve for 10 days, ultimately taking his own life rather than surrendering. His courage lay not only in facing death, but in accepting a mission he knew would end in his own demise because the greater cause demanded it. In the modern world, our battles are rarely fought with swords, but the need for courage is no less pressing. Courage today might mean confronting someone in power when you see injustice. It might mean leaving a stable job to pursue work that aligns with your values. It might mean admitting a personal failure and taking the first step toward change. The stakes are often emotional or social rather than physical, but the fear can feel just as overwhelming. Like the samurai, we must learn that courage does not require the absence of fear, only the refusal to be ruled by it. One of the challenges in practicing courage today is that fear often disguises itself as logic. We tell ourselves that we're being realistic when, in truth, we're avoiding risk. We convince ourselves that the timing isn't right, that we need more information, that we should wait until conditions improve. While caution has its place, courage demands that we recognize when these excuses are simply fear wearing a mask. The samurai understood this, which is why they trained themselves to act decisively once the path forward was clear. Hesitation in battle could mean death, but hesitation in life can mean missing opportunities that will never come again. Developing courage is a practice, not a single moment of heroism. The samurai built their courage through deliberate exposure to challenges. They trained in extreme conditions, tested themselves in duels, and engaged in practices like Zazen meditation to cultivate mental stillness under stress. In our own lives, we can do the same by regularly stepping outside our comfort zones in small ways. Speaking up in a meeting, starting a difficult conversation, or trying something new despite uncertainty. Each act of courage strengthens the muscle for the next. Courage also means standing alone when necessary. The samurai were bound by loyalty, but their highest loyalty was to the principles of Bushido. If a leader acted unjustly, the courageous samurai was expected to resist, even if it meant isolation or punishment. This is one of the hardest forms of courage today, choosing integrity over belonging. It is easy to go along with the crowd, to keep silent to protect relationships or status. It is much harder to speak up when your voice is the only one breaking the silence. Yet this is where true you is revealed. Not in the roar of the battlefield, but in the quiet moments when you decide to be the lone voice for what is right. A deeper layer of samurai courage was the courage to face oneself. It's one thing to confront external dangers. It's another to confront your own weaknesses, failures, and fears. The samurai engaged in constant self-examination, seeking to improve not only their skills but their character. They were willing to acknowledge mistakes, learn from them, and change course. This kind of courage is perhaps the most relevant to us today, because it is the foundation for all personal growth. Without the courage to see ourselves honestly, we cannot improve. An important truth about you is that it is contagious. In samurai culture, the courage of one warrior could inspire an entire unit to stand firm. Likewise, in our lives, when we see someone act with courage, it challenges us to ask, if they can do it, why can't I? This ripple effect means that each act of bravery you take has the potential to influence far more people than you realize. The samurai knew that their courage was not only for themselves but for those they led and protected. Finally, courage is not just about grand gestures. It is about consistency, the courage to keep showing up when progress is slow, the courage to persist in your craft when recognition is scarce, the courage to love fully knowing loss is inevitable. The samurai lived with the knowledge that each day could be their last, and they used that awareness to fuel decisive, meaningful action. In our own lives, embracing this impermanence can help us stop waiting for the perfect moment and start living with boldness now. Courage without rectitude is reckless, but rectitude without courage is powerless. The samurai understood this balance. They trained both the mind and the spirit to act with clarity and resolve, no matter the odds. And while our modern challenges may look different, the path of you remains open to us. It invites us to step forward into the uncertainty of life, guided by our values, steady in our purpose, and willing to face whatever comes with dignity. Benevolence, or Jin, was the soul of Bushido, the principle that gave all the other virtues their humanity. Without compassion, a warrior's strength could easily turn into cruelty. The samurai understood that power was a double-edged sword. It could be used to protect or to destroy, to uplift or to oppress. Benevolence ensured that their skill in battle and their authority in society were guided by empathy and care for others. It was the reminder that the warrior's duty was not simply to fight for their own honor, but to serve the greater good. In feudal Japan, the samurai class held significant influence over the lives of those they governed. Peasants, merchants, and artisans often lived under the protection and sometimes the control of these warriors. With such power came the opportunity for abuse, and history is filled with examples of rulers who used their position for personal gain at the expense of their people. Bushido sought to prevent this by making Jin a core responsibility of the samurai. Benevolence meant not only refraining from harming the weak, but actively seeking their well-being. A true warrior was expected to be a guardian, not a tyrant. This idea was reinforced by the samurai's exposure to Confucian thought, which emphasized the role of the leader as a moral guide for their community. If a ruler was benevolent, their subjects would be loyal and society would remain stable. But if a ruler was selfish or cruel, disorder would follow. The samurai took this lesson to heart. Many saw themselves as protectors of the social order, and benevolence became the moral glue that kept their authority legitimate. There are stories of samurai leaders who embodied Jin in remarkable ways. One example is Date Masamune, a powerful daimyo of the late 16th century. Known as the One-Eyed Dragon for his skill in battle, Masamune was also admired for his generosity. He established systems to provide food during famines, built schools to educate both the children of samurai and commoners, and invested in infrastructure that improved daily life for his people. His power rested not only on fear or respect for his martial abilities, but on the loyalty inspired by his care for those under his rule. Benevolence was not limited to the grand actions of daimyos. Even individual samurai in the field were expected to show compassion when circumstances allowed. There are accounts of warriors sparing the lives of defeated opponents, offering them a chance to recover their honor rather than killing them outright. This did not mean abandoning the realities of war. Samurai still fought fiercely when necessary, but it showed that victory did not have to come at the expense of one's humanity. In modern life, Jin is just as essential, though it manifests differently. Power today might not come from a sword, but from a position in a company, a platform on social media, or even the influence we have within our own relationships. Benevolence means using that influence to uplift rather than diminish. It means looking beyond our own ambitions to see the needs of others and taking action to meet those needs when we can. This could be as significant as advocating for someone's rights or as small as offering kindness to someone having a difficult day. One of the most challenging aspects of benevolence is that it often requires slowing down. In a fast-moving, competitive world, pausing to consider how your actions affect others can feel like a luxury, but the samurai saw it as a necessity. They understood that strength without compassion ultimately weakens the society it's meant to protect. In our own lives, this means resisting the urge to always win at the expense of others, and instead seeking solutions that preserve dignity and fairness. Another modern application of Yin is in leadership. A leader guided by benevolence fosters loyalty and trust, not through fear or manipulation, but through genuine care. Employees, teammates, or communities are more willing to go the extra mile when they know their well-being is valued. The samurai knew that loyalty earned through kindness was far more enduring than loyalty extracted through intimidation. Importantly, benevolence also extends inward. The samurai were often hard on themselves, holding to rigorous standards of discipline and honor, but they also recognized the importance of self-compassion. A warrior constantly consumed by self-criticism could not serve others well. Yin encouraged balance, to treat oneself with the same fairness and understanding that one would offer to others. This is a lesson we can apply directly today, where burnout and self-neglect are often seen as signs of dedication rather than imbalance. One lesser-known aspect of Yin in Bushido was its connection to wisdom. Compassion was not meant to be blind or sentimental. It had to be paired with discernment. An act of kindness that enabled harmful behavior or neglected greater responsibilities was not considered true benevolence. The samurai believed that real compassion sometimes meant making difficult decisions, such as disciplining someone for their own long-term benefit or refusing to indulge harmful requests. This distinction is crucial in the modern era, where kindness is sometimes misunderstood as always saying yes or avoiding conflict. Perhaps one of the most famous expressions of Yin comes from the story of Saigo Takamori, often called the Last Samurai. Even in the face of political betrayal and personal loss, Saigo showed restraint and humanity toward his adversaries. He believed that one's conduct toward enemies revealed more about one's character than conduct toward friends. This perspective aligns closely with the modern idea that the true measure of a person is how they treat those who cannot benefit them or those who oppose them. At its core, benevolence in Bushido teaches that the ultimate purpose of strength is service. The samurai trained tirelessly to master their weapons and their minds, not for personal glory, but to protect the people and values they cherished. In our time, Yin calls us to use our own abilities, whatever they may be, in ways that contribute to the well-being of others. It challenges us to see that our lives are not measured only by what we achieve for ourselves, but by the positive impact we leave behind. When we pair benevolence with the other virtues of Bushido, we create a form of strength that is both unyielding and compassionate, capable of shaping not only our own lives but the world around us. The samurai knew that the mightiest warrior was not the one who could take life most easily, but the one who could spare it when justice and mercy demanded it. In the end, Yin reminds us that true greatness is defined not by how much power we hold, but by how we choose to use it. Respect, or rei, was one of the most visible and deliberate virtues in Bushido. It was not simply politeness in the modern sense, nor was it an empty set of gestures done for show. For the samurai, Respect was a constant acknowledgement of the worth of others and of the order that bound society together. It was the understanding that honor is not only something you hold within yourself, but something you also extend outward, through your words, your actions, and even your smallest interactions. In feudal Japan, rei was woven into every part of samurai life, from the battlefield to the tea house. It shaped how warriors addressed one another, how they interacted with superiors and subordinates, and how they conducted themselves even toward their enemies. This was not just a matter of etiquette, it was about maintaining harmony and avoiding unnecessary conflict. Respect reduced the need for violence by signaling mutual recognition of each person's dignity. It also reinforced the discipline that was essential in a warrior culture. A soldier who could not control his temper or tongue in a moment of peace would be unreliable in the chaos of war. Respect in the samurai tradition was deeply tied to mindfulness. Every bow, every way of speaking, every ceremonial act was performed with intention. When a samurai bowed to someone, it was not just a physical gesture, it was a statement. I see you, and I acknowledge your place in this world. This acknowledgement extended beyond rank or status. Even a high-ranking samurai was expected to show courtesy to someone of lower social standing, because rei was rooted in the idea that all human beings had intrinsic value. One of the most fascinating aspects of samurai respect was how it carried over into conflict. Historical accounts tell of warriors treating fallen opponents with dignity, ensuring proper burial rites, or returning personal belongings to the family. The enemy might have been someone they tried to kill hours earlier, but once the fight was over, the respect remained. This principle prevented blood feuds from spiraling endlessly and maintained a sense of humanity even in the brutality of war. In today's world, rei has lost much of its formal structure, but its essence is still desperately needed. Modern life is filled with casual disrespect, in the way people speak to strangers online, in the impatience shown towards service workers, in the disregard for other perspectives during disagreements. Respect today means creating space for civility even when opinions clash, and treating others with dignity regardless of what you think of them personally. It is a choice to speak and act in a way that builds bridges instead of burning them. One of the key strengths of rei is that it disarms hostility. People are far more likely to listen and respond positively when they feel respected, even if they disagree with you. The samurai understood this instinctively. Showing respect to an adversary did not weaken their position. It often strengthened it by keeping communication open and preventing escalation. In the modern context, this can be as simple as listening without interrupting, acknowledging the validity of another's feelings, or offering a sincere compliment to someone whose work you value. Respect also applies inward, though in a different form than self-compassion. Self-respect in Bushido meant holding yourself to a standard that you could be proud of. It meant not allowing yourself to be degraded by your own actions or to live in a way that violated your values. This is not about arrogance or self-importance. It is about living in a way that ensures you do not need to hide from your own conscience. A samurai who failed to maintain self-respect risked losing the respect of others, and once that was gone, regaining it was nearly impossible. A story that illustrates rei well is that of Yagyu Munenori, a famous swordsman and instructor to the shogun. Despite his incredible skill and position, Munenori was known for treating his students and rivals alike with courtesy. He believed that respect for others was essential to mastering the sword, because without it, a warrior's judgment would be clouded by ego and personal grudges. His approach to teaching, firm but respectful, allowed him to produce skilled, disciplined swordsmen who understood that the true goal of their art was not to humiliate or destroy opponents, but to control themselves and maintain peace whenever possible. In a practical sense, rei is something we can cultivate every day. It starts in small, deliberate actions, greeting people sincerely, expressing gratitude, acknowledging others' contributions, and showing patience in moments of frustration. These are not signs of weakness. On the contrary, They require strength and control. It is much easier to lash out, to speak without thinking, to ignore someone's worth when it is inconvenient. The power of Rei in modern life is that it creates stability in a chaotic world. Just as respect maintained order in the highly stratified and often volatile world of the samurai, it can maintain order in our personal and professional relationships today. When respect is mutual, trust grows, and trust makes collaboration possible. When respect is absent, suspicion and conflict quickly take its place. Ultimately, Rei reminds us that strength without courtesy is hollow. You can be powerful, talented, or successful, but if you treat others with contempt, your influence will be fragile and short-lived. The samurai knew that lasting honor required not only victory in battle, but also grace in daily life. They carried themselves with dignity not for appearances, but because they believed that how you treat others says more about your character than any achievement or title ever could. In living by Rei, we take a step toward building a life and a world in which respect is the default, not the exception. That is a form of honor worth fighting for, even in times of peace. Honesty, or Makoto, was considered one of the most sacred virtues in Bushido because it went beyond merely telling the truth. It was about becoming the truth in your words and actions. For the samurai, honesty meant complete alignment between what you said, what you intended, and what you did. It wasn't just a matter of avoiding lies, it was a matter of ensuring that your speech carried the weight of certainty, so that when you gave your word, it was as binding as any written oath. In a society where trust was the foundation of loyalty, a samurai's promise was not taken lightly. If a warrior made a commitment, whether to a lord, a comrade, or even an opponent, it was understood that they would fulfill it, even at great personal cost. Breaking one's word was not only dishonorable, but a stain that could follow a family for generations. This is why Makoto was so central. It created a world where agreements did not require endless verification or suspicion. A samurai's integrity was their most valuable currency, and once it was spent carelessly, it could never be fully regained. The depth of Makoto can be seen in the fact that it required honesty not only toward others but also toward oneself. A samurai who lied to themselves, who pretended to have courage they did not possess, or to have done something they had not, would eventually be exposed. Self-deception was seen as a dangerous flaw because it eroded the ability to act with clarity. Without the courage to see reality as it truly was, a warrior could make poor decisions, endanger their allies, or fail in their duty. Thus, Makoto demanded a constant practice of truthfulness in both inner reflection and outward expression. One story that captures the spirit of Makoto is that of Kusunoki Masashige, a 14th century samurai who served Emperor Go-Daigo. Known for his loyalty and strategic brilliance, Kusunoki was once ordered to hold a castle against an overwhelming enemy force. He told the emperor frankly that the battle would almost certainly end in defeat, but he also promised to obey his command to the best of his ability. True to his word, Kusunoki fought valiantly until the very end, dying with his honor intact. His honesty in warning the emperor did not diminish his loyalty. Rather, it showed that truth and duty could exist together. In modern life, Makoto remains vital, though the stakes are often different. Today, honesty might mean being transparent in business dealings, admitting mistakes without shifting blame, or communicating openly in relationships. In an age of carefully curated social media personas and constant image management, Makoto challenges us to drop the masks and present ourselves as we truly are. This does not mean sharing every thought without filter. The samurai valued discretion as much as truth. But it does mean refusing to build trust on falsehoods. One of the most overlooked aspects of Makoto is the discipline to follow through. Anyone can make a promise in the heat of the moment, but keeping it, especially when circumstances change or challenges arise, requires commitment. The samurai believed that failing to honor a promise, even for reasons that seemed logical, was a form of dishonesty. This principle can feel demanding in our time when it is easy to cancel plans, abandon projects, or back out of agreements with a quick excuse. Yet holding yourself to your word builds a reputation that opens doors and creates opportunities that deceit never could. Another layer to Makoto is clarity in communication. The samurai were trained to speak plainly and precisely, avoiding exaggerated claims or vague commitments. They understood that misleading someone, even without technically lying, could be just as damaging as an outright falsehood. In modern settings, this means resisting the temptation to overpromise to impress others, or to use ambiguous language to protect ourselves from accountability. Clarity may sometimes feel uncomfortable, especially when delivering unwelcome truths, but it preserves trust in the long run. An example of this principle in action today might be a leader who communicates openly with their team during a crisis. Rather than hiding the full scope of a problem, they explain the situation honestly, outline the challenges ahead, and make realistic commitments about what can be done. This level of transparency fosters confidence and loyalty because people can sense when they are being told the truth, and they remember it when times get tough. The samurai also recognized that honesty had a protective quality. Lies and half-truths create a web that requires constant maintenance, while truth stands on its own. When your words reflect reality, you do not have to remember what you said to whom. Your story remains the same because it is grounded in fact. This consistency creates a kind of inner freedom, the same kind the samurai valued when they spoke of living without fear. A person who is honest in all matters does not have to fear exposure. However, Makoto was never meant to be an excuse for cruelty. The samurai valued tact and timing, understanding that truth should be delivered in a way that preserves dignity whenever possible. Honesty without compassion can become a weapon, cutting others unnecessarily. The skill was in balancing truth with benevolence, ensuring that what was said served a constructive purpose rather than simply satisfying the ego of the speaker. In the end, Makoto was about becoming a person whose word could be relied upon in all circumstances. It meant that when a samurai spoke, those words carried the weight of certainty. In our own time, such reliability is rare enough to stand out. People gravitate toward those they can trust completely, and trust is built through countless small moments of kept promises and consistent truthfulness. The way of Makoto asks us to live without duplicity, to mean what we say, and to ensure that our speech and actions reflect the same reality. It is not easy. It requires vigilance, humility, and a willingness to admit when we have fallen short. But as the samurai knew, a life without truth is a life without honor. And honor, once lost, is far harder to reclaim than any battlefield victory. Honor, or meiyo, was the invisible armor that the samurai wore at all times, the reputation they built through years of disciplined living, and the moral weight of their name. To the samurai, Honor was not just a matter of personal pride, it was their identity, their legacy, and the reflection of their family and clan. It was the sum of everything they had done, seen, and stood for, condensed into the way others spoke of them when they were not present. In the strict hierarchy of feudal Japan, a samurai's honor determined their place in society as much as their rank or skill. A warrior could lose wealth, land, or even physical strength and still rebuild. But the loss of honor was far more devastating. Dishonor meant being stripped of respect and trust, a social death that often carried more weight than a physical one. This is why the samurai would go to extreme lengths to defend their meiyo. In some cases, this meant risking life itself to correct a wrong or restore a tarnished name. The roots of meiyo were planted in the idea that one's actions are never truly private. Even in solitude, a samurai was expected to live as though the world were watching, because the habits you cultivate in private inevitably surface in public. This created a standard where honor was measured by consistency, being the same principled person regardless of the audience. The true test was not in grand public gestures, but in the quiet moments when you had the opportunity to compromise your values without anyone knowing and chose not to. One of the most well-known demonstrations of meiyo in Japanese history is the story of the 47 Ronin. After their lord, Asano Naganori, was forced to commit seppuku for attacking a corrupt court official, these samurai became masterless. By Bushido standards, the insult to their lord was also an insult to their own honor. For nearly 2 years they lived ordinary lives, concealing their intentions, until they struck down the man responsible. They knew their actions would lead to their own deaths, yet they surrendered themselves willingly after completing their mission. While their story is often told as one of loyalty, it is equally a testament to honor, the belief that it is better to die with integrity than to live with disgrace. Honor was not measured solely by vengeance or martial achievement. Many samurai gained respect not just for their skill in war, but for their fairness, wisdom, and contribution to society. A warrior who kept their word, treated others with respect, and upheld justice consistently built a name that would outlive them. In fact, part of meiyo was the idea of legacy, that your actions ripple forward, shaping how your descendants will be treated. A samurai's sense of responsibility extended beyond their own lifetime, because their family's name was inseparably linked to their conduct. In the modern world, honor still holds value, though it often takes a different form. Instead of clans and lords, we have personal brands, reputations, and networks of trust. Your name today is your credibility. It is what determines whether people will work with you, follow you, or believe in you. Every promise kept, every responsibility fulfilled, every time you stand by your principles when it's inconvenient, all of these moments quietly build your honor. Likewise, dishonesty, betrayal, or selfishness can erode it quickly, and the damage is hard to reverse. One of the challenges in maintaining meiyo today is that we live in an era of instant exposure. The samurai lived in tight-knit communities where word of dishonor could spread quickly, but our modern interconnectedness amplifies this effect beyond anything they could have imagined. A single public misstep can reach millions within hours. This makes consistency between values and actions more important than ever. In a world where perception often becomes reality, the integrity behind your actions is what sustains your reputation over time. An essential element of meiyo is accountability. The samurai were expected to take full responsibility for their actions, even and especially when they made mistakes. Evading blame or shifting fault onto others was seen as deeply dishonorable. In extreme cases, this accountability took the form of seppuku, the ritual suicide by which a samurai could atone for failure or shame. While such an act would be unthinkable in modern life, the underlying principle remains relevant. Owning your failures, making amends where possible, and demonstrating through your actions that you are willing to accept the consequences of your choices. Another dimension of honor is the quiet discipline of not needing recognition for doing the right thing. Many of the most honorable acts are unseen, helping someone anonymously, protecting someone's reputation without telling them, making sacrifices that go unacknowledged. The samurai did not live for applause. They lived by a standard that did not depend on external validation. In a world where so much is broadcast for public approval, this form of silent honor is rare, but it is often the most enduring. A striking historical example comes from the life of Kato Kiyomasa, a general during Japan's invasions of Korea in the late 16th century. Despite his fierce reputation as a warrior, he was known for his strict moral code, prohibiting his men from unnecessary violence against civilians and ordering the reconstruction of Buddhist temples destroyed in war. These actions, taken when no one could have forced him to do them, reflected a deep commitment to Meiyo. His reputation for fairness and restraint became as much a part of his legacy as his victories in battle. To live with honor in modern life means treating your name as something you are building every day. It means being conscious of how your actions today will be remembered tomorrow. It means refusing to cut corners, even when no one is watching, because the person you ultimately answer to is yourself. Honor is not a single heroic act, but the accumulation of choices made over a lifetime. There is also an unspoken courage in maintaining honor when circumstances make dishonor easy. There will be moments when no one will know if you act selfishly or unethically, except you. Those are the moments when Meiyo is truly tested. The samurai understood that the hardest battles are not always fought against others, but against the temptation to betray your own values. Winning that battle again and again is what builds an unshakable name. The enduring power of Meiyo lies in its ability to inspire trust without constant proof. When people know you are a person of honor, they do not need contracts or guarantees. Your word is enough. In both the samurai era and our own, this is a kind of influence that cannot be bought. It must be earned, and once earned, it must be protected with vigilance. Ultimately, Meiyo is the art of living, so that when your name is spoken, whether in this life or long after you are gone, it is spoken with respect. The samurai lived for that respect, not as an ego-driven pursuit, but as a reflection of a life lived in harmony with their deepest values. In a noisy, fleeting world, to have a name that stands for something true is one of the rarest and most powerful achievements. Loyalty, or chugi, was the unshakable bond that held the samurai's world together. It was the virtue that bound warrior to lord, comrade to comrade, and individual to a cause greater than themselves. In Bushido, loyalty was not blind obedience. It was a conscious, deliberate choice to devote oneself to a person, principle, or duty, even when that devotion demanded sacrifice. Without chugi, the samurai code would fragment, because every other virtue, courage, honor, rectitude, relied on the trust that loyalty creates. In feudal Japan, loyalty was more than a personal value, it was a political necessity. The samurai class was the backbone of a highly stratified society where alliances and stability depended on mutual trust. A lord needed to know that his warriors would stand by him not only in times of glory, but in times of hardship. A samurai, in turn, needed to believe that his lord would act with justice and protect the honor of his retainers. This relationship was sealed by duty and honor, and breaking it was considered one of the greatest disgraces a warrior could endure. One of the most striking examples of chugi is again found in the story of the 47 Ronin. While this story is often framed in terms of honor and justice, it is also a profound example of loyalty. These masterless samurai could have accepted their lord's death and moved on to serve others, securing comfortable positions for themselves. Instead, they chose to dedicate years of their lives to avenging him, knowing that their mission would end in their own deaths. They acted not out of personal gain, but out of a deep sense of duty to the man who had once led them. To them, loyalty was worth more than life. But Chugi wasn't only about serving an individual leader, it could also be loyalty to one's comrades. On the battlefield, this meant fighting not only for the cause, but for the person standing beside you. Samurai stories are filled with accounts of warriors risking their own safety to protect an injured ally, or refusing to leave the field until all their comrades were accounted for. This kind of loyalty built trust so deep that it could withstand the chaos of war, a trust that every warrior knew could be the difference between life and death. In modern life, Chugi takes different forms, but is no less important. Today, loyalty might mean standing by a friend when they face public criticism, or supporting a colleague when they are unfairly treated, even if speaking up carries risks. It can mean staying true to your partner through life's challenges, or remaining committed to a personal mission when the rewards are slow to come. In an age where relationships, careers, and even values are often treated as disposable, loyalty stands out as a rare and powerful force. One of the challenges in practicing loyalty today is distinguishing it from blind allegiance. The samurai understood that loyalty was not meant to excuse injustice or corruption. A retainer's loyalty to a lord was expected to align with the principles of Bushido. If a leader acted without honor, it was the warrior's duty to resist or even sever ties. Loyalty was never about servitude. It was about mutual respect and the shared pursuit of a just cause. This distinction is vital in the modern world, where misplaced loyalty can trap people in toxic relationships or unethical organizations. The depth of Chugi can also be seen in how it relates to perseverance. Loyalty often means staying the course when it would be easier to walk away. The samurai were not fair-weather allies. Their commitment was measured by their ability to endure through setbacks, scarcity, and danger. This is just as relevant today in personal goals and professional projects. It's easy to be committed when things are going well, but Chugi demands that you remain steadfast when the path is uncertain and the rewards are distant. There's a Japanese proverb connected to loyalty that says, "The loyal retainer serves even without reward." This captures the essence of Chugi as selflessness, the willingness to act for the benefit of another or for the integrity of a cause, without expectation of recognition or payment. In our time, this could mean volunteering your time and energy for a cause you believe in, standing by someone without broadcasting your support for social credit, or honoring a commitment, even when there's no external pressure to do so. An example from history that illustrates this selfless loyalty is the relationship between Takeda Shingen and his general, Yamamoto Kansuke. Kansuke was not a physically imposing man, nor the most celebrated warrior in Shingen's service, but he was fiercely devoted to his lord. His strategic brilliance was matched by his readiness to lay down his life if it meant victory for the Takeda clan. In one battle, facing overwhelming odds, Kansuke charged into the enemy ranks in a maneuver that allowed Shingen's forces to regroup and eventually win. Kansuke was killed in the charge, but his loyalty lived on as part of the Takeda legacy. In leadership, Chugi goes both ways. A leader who expects loyalty must also demonstrate it. The most effective samurai lords were those who stood by their retainers in hardship, rewarded their service fairly, and treated them with respect. Without this reciprocity, loyalty would quickly erode. The same principle applies today. Loyalty in a workplace, a friendship, or a family must be mutual to be sustainable. A one-sided demand for loyalty is not Bushido, it's exploitation. Another important dimension of loyalty is how it interacts with the other virtues of Bushido. Without rectitude, loyalty can lead to complicity in wrongdoing. Without honor, loyalty can become hollow obedience. But when grounded in virtue, chugi becomes a force that strengthens bonds, builds resilience, and fosters trust. It is what allows people to work together toward goals that are bigger than any individual. In our current age of constant distraction and shifting allegiances, practicing loyalty can feel almost radical. It means resisting the urge to jump to the next best thing when challenges arise. It means valuing depth over novelty and seeing relationships, causes, and commitments as things worth protecting and investing in over time. The samurai understood that the most meaningful achievements are rarely the result of solitary effort. They are built on the foundation of people who stand together, bound by loyalty that does not falter. Ultimately, chugi is about more than duty. It is about identity. The samurai saw themselves as part of a web of relationships that gave their life meaning, to their lords, their comrades, their families, and their ideals. Loyalty was the thread that held this web together, and to cut it carelessly was to risk unraveling everything. In our own lives, loyalty still serves this same role. It anchors us in a world of constant change, reminding us that some bonds are worth more than convenience, and some promises are worth keeping no matter the cost. Bushido was never just about the art of war. It was a philosophy of life, a compass that guided the samurai through both chaos and calm, rectitude, courage, benevolence, respect, honesty, honor, and loyalty. 7 virtues that were not memorized like a list, but lived until they became second nature. They were the invisible armor that protected a warrior's integrity more fiercely than any steel breastplate. Each virtue shaped the others. Rectitude gave moral direction. Courage carried that direction into action. Benevolence softened strength with compassion. Respect maintained harmony in every relationship. Honesty kept words and actions aligned. Honor bound a person's life to their name. Loyalty tied the individual to a purpose beyond themselves. Remove one, and the code begins to crumble. Together they formed a way of living that was as disciplined as it was human. In the world of the samurai, living by this code was not optional. It was the standard by which life and death were measured. In our world, there is no shogun to enforce these values, no formal oath we are bound to take. That makes the choice to live by them even more powerful. When you adopt these principles in a time where compromise is easy and shortcuts are rewarded, you set yourself apart. You become, in a sense, a modern warrior, not because you fight with weapons, but because you fight to keep your values intact in a world that constantly tests them. Bushido reminds us that discipline and compassion can coexist, that power can be guided by virtue, and that a life lived with integrity is worth more than one filled with easy victories. These virtues are not relics of a vanished era. They are tools for anyone seeking to live with clarity, dignity, and purpose today. You do not need to wear armor or carry a sword to walk the way of the warrior. You only need to choose your principles and refuse to abandon them, no matter the cost. The samurai believed that a person's life was measured not by its length, but by the quality of their character. That truth has not changed. When your time comes, what will your name stand for? Will it be spoken with respect as someone who lived with courage, honor, and loyalty? Or will it be forgotten, lost to the noise of compromise and convenience? The way of the warrior is still open to you. Walk it, live it, let your life be your sword. Most people chase success like it's a mountain that can only be conquered with one heroic leap. They think they need to change everything overnight. Wake up at 5 a.m., build 5 habits in a day, start a business, read 10 books, quit social media, get ripped. But that kind of thinking is a trap. It burns people out. It makes change feel impossible. Because when you believe that only huge, dramatic action can improve your life, you also believe that your tiny daily efforts are worthless, and that couldn't be further from the truth. There's a Japanese philosophy that flips that idea on its head. It suggests that greatness isn't found in explosive effort, but in slow, steady progress. It teaches that if you improve by just a tiny amount, something so small it seems invisible, you can transform your entire life. That philosophy is called Kaizen. It literally means change for better, but it's more than a method. It's a mindset. A quiet revolution, a way of approaching life that doesn't rely on motivation or force or speed, but on consistency, simplicity, and awareness. This approach helped rebuild post-war Japan. It turned struggling companies like Toyota into global giants. But it didn't stop there. Olympic coaches use it to build world champions. Artists, entrepreneurs, philosophers, it's become a silent foundation behind many success stories. Not because it's flashy, but because it works. Kaizen doesn't promise instant results, it promises something better, real, lasting change. This idea can be hard to grasp, especially in a world addicted to shortcuts and overnight success stories. But Kaizen is about what happens when no one is watching. When you decide to do just one push-up instead of none. When you read one page. When you replace one negative thought. When you sit for one extra minute in silence. These tiny acts, repeated over time, don't just add up. They multiply, they compound, they shape your identity. They turn you into someone who shows up even when it's not exciting. That's the true power of Kaizen. It turns personal development from a sprint into a ritual, from a burden into a rhythm. It doesn't care if you're motivated. It doesn't care if you're perfect. It only asks one thing. Can you improve this moment by just 1%? We'll look at how small daily actions can trigger massive long-term change. We'll see how Kaizen aligns with ancient wisdom from Zen Buddhism. We'll explore how you can apply it to your habits, your goals, your mind, your body, your relationships, everything. This isn't about hacks or hustle. This is about building a system so gentle, so sustainable, that it becomes part of who you are. Not a resolution, a way of life. If you've ever felt stuck, overwhelmed by your ambitions, or tired of starting over, this philosophy might be the missing piece. Because Kaizen reminds us, you don't need to be extraordinary to begin. You just need to begin. Kaizen is a simple word, but behind it lies a powerful idea. The word itself comes from 2 Japanese characters, Kai, meaning change, Zen, meaning good. Together, they form the concept of change for the better. Not just change for the sake of change, and not massive transformation either, just steady, thoughtful, meaningful progress. It's a quiet kind of philosophy, one that doesn't shout or demand attention, but it works. Because it's grounded in something deeper than motivation. It's built on the rhythm of improvement. Although Kaizen became globally recognized through Japanese business practices in the 20th century, its roots go much further back. The mindset of Kaizen has been part of Eastern philosophy for centuries. In Zen Buddhism, there's an emphasis on presence, repetition, and refinement. The tea ceremony, for example, isn't just about drinking tea, it's about perfecting the small rituals around it. The same is true in calligraphy, martial arts, even flower arranging. All these practices are based on the belief that you can always go deeper, always move closer to the ideal, one deliberate action at a time. That's the heart of Kaizen. But the formal structure of Kaizen as we know it today took shape after World War II. Japan had been devastated, its economy was in ruins, industries were broken, and yet out of this destruction came one of the most remarkable economic recoveries in modern history, and Kaizen was at the center of it. The Japanese understood that if they couldn't rebuild quickly, they could at least rebuild better, and they did it one step at a time. They turned to new approaches in management and quality control, approaches that favored consistency, collaboration, and continuous small improvements over massive top-down restructuring. One of the most influential figures in this movement was Kaoru Ishikawa, a Japanese professor and engineer who believed that quality control shouldn't be limited to top executives or experts. He insisted that everyone in an organization should be involved in improving it. Whether you were an assembly line worker or a manager, you had the power and the responsibility to make things better. He developed tools like the Ishikawa diagram, also known as the fishbone diagram, to help teams identify root causes of problems and fix them at the source. His ideas transformed how businesses operated, not just in Japan, but around the world. Another key figure was W. Edwards Deming, an American statistician who played a huge role in bringing the principles of quality improvement to Japanese industry. Deming introduced concepts like the Plan, Do, Check, Act (PDCA) cycle, a framework for testing and refining processes incrementally. His teachings emphasized measurement, feedback, and most importantly, the power of systems over individuals. He believed that 94% of problems in business were due to flawed systems, not lazy people. That means fixing the system is more important than blaming the worker, and improving the system starts with small, intentional actions. Nowhere did these ideas flourish more than in Toyota, the car manufacturer that became a global leader not by being the flashiest, but by being the most consistent. Toyota adopted Kaizen so deeply into its culture that every employee, from the CEO to the janitor, was expected to look for ways to improve. If a factory worker spotted a problem on the assembly line, they could stop production to fix it. There was no shame in mistakes, only opportunities for learning. This approach led to innovations in efficiency, safety, and quality that made Toyota one of the most respected car brands in the world. But Kaizen didn't stay in factories. It started to leak into other parts of life: education, healthcare, sports, even personal development. Because at its core, Kaizen isn't just a business method, it's a philosophy of how to approach anything you care about. It's about believing that no matter how small your action is, it matters. It's about trusting the process instead of chasing results. And most of all, it's about taking responsibility for your own growth every single day. Let's pause and reflect on that. Think about how often we dismiss small actions. We say things like, "What's the point of exercising for just 5 minutes, or 1 page of reading won't change anything?" That's the opposite of Kaizen. Kaizen says, start small, trust the momentum, improve what you can. Don't wait for perfect conditions. Don't wait for motivation. Just take one step today. Over time, those steps add up to something extraordinary. It's not about going from 0 to hero. It's about going from 0 to 1, then from 1 to 2, and so on. Kaizen has 3 core principles that make it so powerful. The first is continuous improvement. That means never settling. Not in a way that makes you anxious or perfectionistic, but in a way that keeps you curious. There's always a better way to do things, a cleaner way, a calmer way, a kinder way. It doesn't mean everything must change all the time. It means that you're always open to change, even if it's just a small tweak. It's a way of living that embraces evolution over revolution. The second principle is that everyone is responsible. This is what makes Kaizen such a democratic idea. Improvement isn't reserved for experts. You don't need a degree or a leadership title to make a difference. In a Kaizen mindset, the cleaner can improve the workflow of the office. The receptionist can improve the way guests are welcomed. And in your own life, It means you don't need permission from anyone else to start improving. You can take ownership of your own growth. You can decide that today is the day to improve something, however small, because you have the authority to do so. And the third principle is that no action is too small. This one is so important. In our results-driven culture, we often dismiss anything that doesn't bring immediate rewards. We think change has to feel hard or intense to be valuable. But Kaizen teaches the opposite. It teaches that value lies in momentum. That small steps aren't just acceptable, they're essential. Because small steps are the only kind that are truly sustainable. Anyone can do something impressive once. But Kaizen asks, can you improve just a little every day without burning out? That's where real transformation begins. Think about self-development through this lens. You don't need to wake up tomorrow as a new person. You don't need to fix everything about yourself by the end of the week. Instead, ask, what is one thing I can make slightly better today? Can I organize my desk? Can I take a 5-minute walk? Can I speak a little more kindly to myself? Can I reduce one tiny piece of friction in my daily routine? That's Kaizen in action. You're not trying to impress anyone. You're simply living with awareness and intention, and that creates a kind of quiet confidence that doesn't fade. Over time, Kaizen becomes more than a practice. It becomes an identity. You start to see yourself not as someone who needs to be fixed, but as someone who is committed to growth. You stop chasing motivation and start building systems. You stop waiting for breakthroughs and start trusting in small steps. It's not exciting, at least not in the beginning, but it's powerful, because while others burn out trying to reinvent themselves overnight, you'll be improving steadily, day after day. And that's how lasting change happens. Not through one big leap, but through thousands of quiet steps in the right direction. Most people fail to change not because they're lazy or weak or undisciplined, but because they expect too much, too fast. We live in a culture that glorifies instant results. Everyone wants the overnight transformation, the weight loss in 30 days, the business that explodes in a month, the morning routine that fixes your life in 1 week. But real life doesn't work like that. When we set unrealistic goals, we often fall into a trap called self-sabotage. We set massive expectations for ourselves, then feel crushed when we can't live up to them. It creates a cycle of guilt, burnout, and eventually giving up. Not because the dream was wrong, but because the process was unsustainable. This is exactly what happens every year with New Year's resolutions. Millions of people set bold goals in January. Go to the gym every day, cut out sugar, meditate for an hour, write a book, wake up at 5 a.m. For a few days, maybe even a couple weeks, the motivation is high, the vision feels exciting, but then reality kicks in. Life gets busy, motivation fades, you miss one workout, then two, you eat a donut and feel like a failure. Before the end of February, most people have abandoned their resolutions completely. And the worst part is not the failure itself, it's what that failure does to your belief in yourself. You start to think, maybe I just can't change. Kaizen offers a completely different approach. Instead of trying to do everything at once, it asks you to do just one thing, just a little better than yesterday. Instead of building a brand new life in 30 days, Kaizen says, build a 1% improvement every day for a year. That's it. 1%, one tiny change, one page, one step, one breath. At first it feels like nothing is happening. You don't notice the change. No one else does either. But over time, those small efforts start to stack up. They compound. They become part of who you are. And suddenly, you look back and realize that you've become someone completely different. Not because of one big moment, but because of hundreds of small, invisible ones. This is where Kaizen and perfectionism go in opposite directions. Perfectionism says, if you can't do it perfectly, don't do it at all. Kaizen says, just start and improve as you go. Perfectionism wants immediate results and flawless execution. Kaizen is patient. It values progress over perfection, and that's why it works. Because perfectionism paralyzes you. It keeps you stuck in your head, worrying about doing it right. Kaizen liberates you. It lets you take action without pressure. It makes room for mistakes, for learning, for slow growth, and that makes it sustainable. One of the most powerful ideas connected to Kaizen is the concept of identity-based change, something popularized by authors like James Clear and B.J. Fogg. The idea is this: instead of obsessing over goals like I want to lose 20 pounds or I want to write a book, you focus on becoming the kind of person who naturally does those things. It's a shift from outcome to identity, from results to process, from what you want to get to who you want to be. You stop saying, I want to run a marathon, and start saying, I am the kind of person who trains every day, even if it's just a short run. You stop saying, I want to read 50 books, and instead say, I am the kind of person who reads 1 page a day. The change might seem subtle, but it's everything. Because when you tie your identity to the habit itself, not the goal, you no longer need to rely on willpower. The behavior becomes part of who you are, and once it becomes part of your identity, it becomes automatic. You don't need to think about brushing your teeth or tying your shoes, you just do it. That's the goal with Kaizen, to build your habits into your character, so they're not just things you force yourself to do when you're feeling inspired, but things you naturally do, even when you're tired, bored, or unmotivated. B.J. Fogg, a Stanford behavior scientist, talks about the power of starting tiny. He says the mistake most people make is trying to build big habits all at once. He suggests the opposite. Start so small it feels silly. Want to build a habit of doing push-ups? Start with 1 push-up. Want to floss your teeth? Floss 1 tooth. Want to write every day? Just open the document. Why? Because the hardest part of any habit is starting. Once you're in motion, momentum kicks in. And even if you only do the tiny version of the habit, you're still reinforcing the identity you want. You're casting votes for the person you're becoming. James Clear expands on this with the idea that you do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. Goals are good for direction, but systems are what actually move you forward. And systems are just small routines, stacked and repeated over time. A system for fitness might be, do 10 minutes of movement every morning. A system for learning might be, watch 1 video or read 1 page before bed. These things seem small, but over months and years, they build something unshakable. And more importantly, they don't rely on motivation, they rely on structure. That's why they last. There's a powerful metaphor from nature that explains this well: the growth of bamboo. When you plant a bamboo seed, nothing happens for the first year, or the second, or the third, or the fourth. It just sits there, underground, no visible progress. But during that time, it's building a massive root system, a foundation. And then, in the 5th year, something incredible happens. It shoots up 90 feet in 6 weeks. People see the growth and think it happened overnight, but the truth is it was growing the entire time, just not in a way you could see. Your habits work the same way. You might feel like nothing is changing. You might feel like your small efforts are pointless, but beneath the surface, something is building, a mindset, a system, an identity, and eventually, all that invisible progress becomes visible. People will look at you and say, how did you change so fast? But you'll know it wasn't fast at all. It was daily, it was slow, it was intentional. That's Kaizen. So when you feel like giving up because the progress is too slow, remember the bamboo. Remember that everything great has deep roots. Remember that every expert was once a beginner doing tiny things consistently. And most of all, remember that you don't need to prove anything to anyone. You just need to keep going. Improvement isn't loud. It doesn't announce itself. It happens quietly, but it always happens if you keep showing up. Kaizen is a reminder that you don't have to change your whole life to move forward. You just have to change something. One thing, today. Then do it again tomorrow. It's not a race, it's not a performance, it's a practice. And every small action is a vote for the kind of person you're becoming. So don't wait for the perfect moment. Don't wait for motivation. Start now, start small, stay consistent, let the roots grow. The rest will come. Most people underestimate what small, consistent effort can do. We live in a world that's obsessed with intensity, pushing hard, going all in, getting big results as fast as possible. But when you actually look at how real, lasting success happens, it's not about intensity, it's about consistency. It's about showing up every day and doing something so small that it almost doesn't feel like it matters. But over time, that small thing multiplies. And then, one day, it becomes something massive. That's the power of the 1% rule. The 1% rule is simple. It says, if you can get just 1% better every single day, that small improvement will compound. It doesn't sound like much, just 1%. It's barely noticeable. But here's the math. If you improve by 1% every day for a year, by the end of the year, you're not 365% better. You're not even 1000% better. You're 37 times better. That's the power of compound growth. Just like compound interest in a savings account, your effort starts earning its own interest. One improvement builds on the last. Your progress starts to accelerate, not because you're doing more, but because you've built momentum. Think of it this way. Imagine you're rolling a snowball down a hill. At first, it's tiny. You can barely see it growing. But as it keeps rolling, it picks up more snow. It grows faster. It moves with more force. After a while, it's unstoppable. The same thing happens with small habits. At the start, it feels like nothing is happening. You're putting in effort, but you can't see the results. But if you keep going, those efforts start working for you. You build skills. You gain experience. You get stronger, smarter, more focused. Eventually, you hit a point where the growth becomes exponential, and it all started with 1%. Let's make it even simpler. Imagine reading just one page of a book every day. One page, that's it. In a year, you'll have read over 350 pages. That's a full-length book, or maybe two, all from one page a day. Or take walking. You walk for 10 minutes a day. That's 3,650 minutes a year, over 60 hours of movement. Again, from something so small it barely feels like exercise. This is what most people miss. They don't realize that effort, when repeated, compounds. They think big change requires big action, but the truth is, it requires small action done consistently over time. To help make this kind of progress real, you can use a simple system. Assess, improve, repeat. It starts with awareness. You assess where you are, what's working, what's not, where you feel stuck. Then, instead of trying to fix everything at once, you find one small thing you can improve. Just one. Maybe it's waking up 10 minutes earlier, or drinking one more glass of water, or spending 5 minutes planning your day. Whatever it is, you focus on that. You improve it, then you repeat the process. Every week, every month, you're checking in, adjusting, and building. This isn't about perfection, it's about direction. The beauty of this system is that it doesn't overwhelm you. You're not setting huge, scary goals, you're setting micro goals. You're making the process so manageable that it's almost impossible to fail, and over time, those micro improvements add up. You build a personal growth engine that keeps running even when life gets busy or unpredictable. Because it's not about how much you do in a day, it's about whether you keep doing it. Here's another way to look at it. Imagine a line graph. The x-axis is time, the y-axis is progress. If you make no effort, your line stays flat. If you go hard for a week and then stop, your line spikes and crashes. But if you improve by just a little each day, your line curves upward, slowly at first, then steeper, then faster. That curve, that quiet, steady climb, is the shape of real success, not a sharp peak and a sharp fall, but a gentle rise that turns into a surge. Or picture a row of dominoes. One small domino can knock over another that's 50% bigger. Line them up right, and with one small push, you can topple something huge. That's what your habits are like. One small habit, done daily, can start a chain reaction. You read 1 page a day, then you're reading a chapter, then you're finishing books, then you're applying what you learn, then you're changing how you think, all from that first tiny action. This is why consistency beats intensity. Anyone can be intense for a day. Anyone can push hard when they're excited. But not everyone can be consistent when no one is watching. When it's boring, when it feels pointless. That's where Kaizen lives. In those quiet moments where you choose to show up anyway. And the reward isn't just in the results. It's in the identity you build. You become someone who doesn't quit. Someone who honors the process. Someone who grows even when the growth is invisible. James Clear put it perfectly. Success is the product of daily habits, not once-in-a-lifetime transformations. We love the dramatic stories, the overnight success, the sudden rise. But behind every overnight success is a long, quiet season of practice, of patience, of showing up day after day long before the world noticed. That's the part no one talks about. That's the part that actually matters. So if you feel like you're behind, if you feel like your goals are too big or too far away, try shrinking the target. Ask yourself, what's the smallest thing I can do today to move forward? Then do it. And tomorrow, do it again. You don't need to make a giant leap. You just need to take the next small step. That's the 1% rule. That's how small gains multiply. And that's how real transformation happens. Not with one big decision, but with hundreds of quiet ones. To truly understand Kaizen, you have to go beyond business strategies and productivity hacks. You have to look deeper into the soul of the culture that created it. Because at its core, Kaizen is not just a method for improvement. It's a way of moving through the world, and that way is deeply connected to Zen Buddhism. The connection between the two isn't always made explicit, but it's there, woven into the fabric of how the Japanese approach life, work, and even beauty. Kaizen is not just about making things better, it's about how you make things better, with presence, simplicity, humility, and total dedication to the process itself. Zen Buddhism teaches that fulfillment doesn't come from chasing after outcomes. It comes from being fully present in what you're doing right now. Whether it's drinking tea, sweeping the floor, or making a pot of rice, every action is an opportunity to enter into the moment completely. There's no such thing as a small task. There's only how deeply you can inhabit it. This mindset is at the very heart of Kaizen. It's not about rushing to the finish line. It's about showing up fully, doing the work with care, and trusting that improvement will follow. There's no obsession with results. The process is the reward. One of the key principles in Zen is simplicity. Not minimalism in a trendy, aesthetic way, but simplicity as clarity, as discipline, as stripping away the unnecessary so that only what matters remains. In Zen temples, everything is arranged with intention. There's no clutter, no excess, just enough. This same spirit is found in Kaizen. When you commit to continuous improvement, you start to let go of things that don't serve you. You reduce friction. You eliminate waste, mental, emotional, and physical. You begin to see that progress doesn't always mean doing more. Sometimes it means doing less, but doing it better. Another profound overlap between Zen and Kaizen is the emphasis on repetition. In Western culture, repetition is often seen as boring. We want novelty, we get impatient. But in Zen, repetition is sacred. It's how the mind is sharpened, it's how the spirit is trained. Monks sweep the same paths, chant the same sutras, sit in the same posture over and over, not because they're trying to be efficient, but because they know. Repetition reveals depth. The longer you stay with something, the more it teaches you. Kaizen applies this same wisdom. By repeating small improvements day after day, you start to see the layers beneath the surface. You move from doing something to understanding it, to embodying it. Zen also teaches the art of letting go of the ego. This is one of the biggest spiritual challenges in self-development. We want to see results fast, because it makes us feel good about ourselves. We want people to notice our growth. We want transformation to look impressive. But Zen says, let go of that. You're not here to perform. You're here to be present. You're here to practice. And sometimes, growth looks invisible. Sometimes, no one sees it but you. And that has to be enough. Kaizen teaches the same thing. It asks you to work in the dark, to improve even when no one is watching, to do it not for validation, but because it's the right thing to do, because it honors who you are becoming. This philosophy is beautifully expressed in traditional Japanese crafts. Think about the tea ceremony. It's a carefully choreographed ritual where every movement, the way the water is poured, the way the bowl is held, is done with intention. Not for efficiency, not for productivity, but for presence. Or take calligraphy. The brushstroke is not just about forming a character, it's about expressing your state of mind. You can't fake it, your energy is imprinted in the ink. Or think about sword making. A master blacksmith might spend decades learning how to fold and shape the steel. The process is long, quiet, repetitive, and yet every blade carries the spirit of the one who made it. This is not just skill, it's devotion. That devotion is known in Japanese culture as the shokunin spirit. A shokunin is a craftsman, not just someone who does a job, but someone who brings soul to their work. Someone who seeks perfection not out of pride, but out of reverence. The shokunin doesn't rush, they don't cut corners. They approach their craft with humility and focus, always looking for the next small way to improve. It doesn't matter if they're making sushi, shaping wood, or repairing a shoe. They give their all to the task in front of them. That's Kaizen in human form. The daily effort to refine, improve, and honor the process. And in that effort, there's another Zen concept worth knowing. Ichigyo Zamai. It means total concentration on a single act. It's the idea that when you do something, anything, you give it your full attention. No distractions, no multitasking, just you and the task. This can be anything. Washing dishes, tying your shoes, writing a sentence. What matters is the depth of your focus. Because when you enter that space, when your mind is fully in the act, you're no longer separate from what you're doing. You're not thinking about improving. You are the improvement. You're not trying to be better. You're embodying it. That's the spiritual core of Kaizen. It's not a hustle. It's not a to-do list. It's a way of becoming through doing, one action at a time, with presence, with care, with reverence for the moment. And it's deeply healing because it shifts your attention from what am I achieving to how am I being, from what do I get from this to what do I bring to this. It's a return to self, not as a project to be fixed, but as a process to be honored. So when you think about Kaizen, don't just think about goals and progress bars. Think about the way you move through your day. Think about the way you stir your coffee, the way you greet someone, the way you write an email. Each of those is an opportunity to practice, to embody excellence, even in the smallest act. Not because someone's watching, but because it shapes who you are. And that's the final lesson from Zen and Kaizen. The path is the practice. The doing is the becoming. You don't need to wait to be better. You don't need to wait to be worthy. Every time you engage with your life, fully, mindfully, patiently, you are already becoming the person you're meant to be. Kaizen just helps you remember that, one step at a time. The real power of Kaizen is that it doesn't require a complete life overhaul. You don't need to retreat to the mountains, quit your job, or wait for the perfect time to change. Kaizen meets you where you are. It fits into your life, not the other way around. It works because it doesn't rely on intensity or bursts of motivation. It simply asks, what is one small way you can improve today? When you take that question seriously, you start to see that Kaizen can be applied to everything. Your mind, your body, your work, your relationships. Every area of your life becomes an opportunity for small, consistent progress. Your mind is where everything starts. Your habits, your choices, your outlook on life, all of it begins with how you think and how you feel. And the mind, like a muscle, needs to be trained gently but consistently. You don't need to meditate for 30 minutes or become a monk to start improving your mental space. You can begin with something as simple as 2 minutes of meditation. That's all. Sit down, close your eyes, focus on your breath. 2 minutes. You might feel like nothing's happening, but with time, you'll begin to notice a shift. You'll go from 2 minutes to 5, from 5 to 10, and slowly, you'll create space between your thoughts. You'll learn to respond instead of react. You'll build a calm mind, one breath at a time. Another way to sharpen the mind through Kaizen is by learning one new idea every day. Just one. That could be reading a single paragraph from a book, watching a short video on a subject you're curious about, or listening to a podcast for 5 minutes. It doesn't matter how you do it. What matters is that you're feeding your mind regularly. You're not trying to memorize everything or become an expert overnight. You're simply building the habit of curiosity. You're creating a mind that grows steadily, quietly, over time. And then there's journaling. Most people overcomplicate it. They think they need to write essays every night. But Kaizen says just write one sentence. That's it. One thought from your day. One insight. One thing you're grateful for. Over time, that single sentence becomes a log of your mental state, a mirror for your emotions, a guide to your growth. You don't need to analyze it. Just let it be. The power comes from showing up day after day. A single line written with honesty is more valuable than pages written once a month out of guilt. Your body carries you through life. It's the vessel for everything you do, and yet it's often the first thing we neglect. We think taking care of our health requires a gym membership, a strict diet, or waking up at dawn, but Kaizen reminds us, start small. Can you do 5 push-ups right now? Just 5, that's enough. Tomorrow maybe you'll do 6, then 10. The goal isn't to become a bodybuilder overnight. It's to build the identity of someone who moves their body daily. You're not training for an event, you're training for life. The same goes for what you eat and drink. You don't have to cut out entire food groups or follow a perfect diet. Kaizen says, eat one better meal today. That could mean replacing soda with water, or choosing vegetables once, or skipping dessert today. It's not about being strict, it's about being mindful. Every better choice is a vote for your health. Every glass of water is a quiet act of self-respect. Don't underestimate these small decisions. They shape your energy, your mood, your future. Even something as ordinary as walking can be a form of Kaizen. If you normally walk 10 minutes, walk 15. If you sit all day, start with a 5-minute stroll after lunch. You don't need to hit 10,000 steps immediately. Just add a little more movement to your day. Let your body feel alive. Let it breathe. Let it stretch. Movement doesn't need to be intense to be meaningful. It just needs to be consistent. Work is where we spend a huge portion of our lives, yet it's also a place where we often get stuck in habits that drain us. Kaizen helps us approach work differently. Not by working harder, but by working smarter. The first step is to optimize one task daily. Look at your to-do list. What's one thing you could do more efficiently? Maybe it's writing emails faster, organizing your schedule, or setting a time block for focused work. You're not trying to revamp your entire workflow, you're just making one part of it smoother today than it was yesterday. Your digital environment is another key area. So many of us work in cluttered digital spaces, messy desktops, hundreds of tabs, overflowing inboxes. Kaizen says, declutter just one part of it today. Close unnecessary tabs, archive old files, create one folder for your most used documents. You don't need a total digital detox. You just need a little more clarity. Each small act of order gives your mind room to breathe. It helps you focus, it reduces stress, and it makes you feel like you're in control. Another powerful workplace habit is to improve one's system. That could mean creating a better template, automating a repetitive task, or learning a keyboard shortcut. These things seem small, but they save you time and mental energy. More importantly, they shift your mindset. You stop reacting to your work, and you start designing it. You begin to feel less like a victim of tasks and more like the architect of your process. That shift is subtle, but it's life-changing. And then there's the most important part of life, your relationships. These too can be transformed through Kaizen, not with grand gestures, but with simple, consistent kindness. One of the easiest ways to start is by giving one genuine compliment each day. Not flattery, not surface-level praise, but something real, something specific. Tell your friend you admire their resilience. Tell your partner you noticed how thoughtful they were. Tell your co-worker you appreciate their effort. One sentence can shift someone's whole day, and slowly it can shift the entire tone of your relationships. Another underrated habit is learning to apologize faster. So many conflicts drag on, not because of the mistake itself, but because of pride, ego, stubbornness. Kaizen teaches us to let go of perfection and embrace humility. If you messed up, say it. If you hurt someone, own it. You don't need to wait until everything's settled. A simple, "I'm sorry for how I spoke earlier. I was stressed, and I took it out on you," can prevent hours, days, even years of distance. And finally, practice asking more real questions. Not just how are you in passing, but how are you really feeling lately, or what's been on your mind? We live in a world full of shallow conversation. Kaizen in relationships means going a little deeper, a little more often. You don't need to solve anyone's problems. You just need to show up consistently, sincerely, patiently. Kaizen reminds us that you don't change your life, you change your day. And your day changes your life. That's the secret. Big transformations don't come from inspiration. They come from structure, from rhythm, from small choices repeated over time. And when you apply Kaizen to every part of your life, not by force, but by intention, you become someone who is always evolving. Not out of fear, not out of pressure, but out of love, out of respect for who you are and who you're becoming. You don't need to wait for the right moment. You don't need to fix everything at once. You just need to ask, what's one small thing I can improve today? Then do it. And tomorrow ask again. Let your life grow from there, slowly, quietly, powerfully. That's Kaizen. Becoming a Kaizen thinker means changing the way you see growth. It's not just about doing different things, it's about thinking differently. You begin by letting go of the myth that change has to be fast, dramatic, or impressive. You stop chasing the illusion of overnight success, because the truth is, that kind of change almost never lasts. It's like trying to build a house on sand. It might look good for a while, but without a solid foundation, it eventually crumbles. Kaizen offers you something much stronger, an inner shift that can hold the weight of your dreams. It teaches you that slow change is strong change, that steady improvement builds something unshakable. This shift starts when you realize that motivation is unreliable. It comes and goes. Some days you'll feel inspired. Most days you won't. If you rely on motivation to keep you going, you'll stop the moment things get hard or boring. That's why Kaizen teaches you to build systems instead of chasing moods. A system is a structure, a rhythm, a set of small routines that support your growth no matter how you feel. You don't ask, "Do I feel like doing this today?" You just do it. Not because you're forcing yourself, but because you've made it part of your life. It's who you are now. And that's the next part of the inner shift, building a new identity. A Kaizen thinker doesn't say, "I want to be successful." They say, "I am the kind of person who improves every day." That's a powerful difference. You stop focusing on what you want to achieve and start focusing on who you want to become. You're no longer chasing a finish line, you're stepping into a new version of yourself, one small action at a time, and the more you act like that person, the more real that identity becomes. Every time you make a small improvement, you're casting a vote for the kind of person you want to be. Those votes add up. To make this shift stick, you also have to make peace with imperfection. That's not easy, especially if you've spent years beating yourself up for not being good enough. But Kaizen asks you to let go of that old story. You're not here to prove anything. You're not here to be flawless. You're here to practice. And practice always includes mistakes, always. Think about a musician learning a new piece of music. They don't expect to get it perfect the first time. They play it over and over, adjusting, listening, refining. The process is the point. Your growth works the same way. You're allowed to get it wrong. You're allowed to stumble. What matters is that you keep showing up. When you truly embrace the Kaizen mindset, something shifts at the core of your self-image. You stop seeing yourself as someone who's broken or behind. You stop trying to fix yourself like you're a problem that needs solving. Instead, you begin to understand that self-development isn't about becoming someone else. It's about honoring who you already are and giving that person room to evolve. Kaizen isn't self-rejection, it's self-respect. It's saying, I care enough about myself to grow, slowly, patiently, daily. And this isn't just about feeling better, it's about becoming more effective. When you think like a Kaizen practitioner, you stop wasting energy on guilt, shame, and unrealistic expectations. You use that energy to build. You become more grounded, more focused, more resilient. You don't panic when progress is slow because you know that small steps compound. You don't spiral when you have a bad day because you know one misstep doesn't erase 1,000 good ones. You're no longer tied to outcomes, you're committed to the process, and that mindset frees you. To bring this shift into your real everyday life, here's a simple challenge. It's not flashy, it's not extreme, but it works. Choose one small area in your life, something that feels important but manageable. Maybe it's your sleep routine, your focus at work, how you eat, how you talk to people, how you handle stress. Whatever it is, pick just one thing. Then ask, how can I improve this by 1% this week? Just 1%, not 100%, not all at once. One tiny upgrade. Maybe you go to bed 15 minutes earlier. Maybe you start setting a timer to work in focused intervals. Maybe you drink an extra glass of water, or maybe you take 30 seconds each morning to pause and breathe before starting your day. Whatever you choose, stick with it for a week. Don't try to do more. Don't try to turn it into a big goal, just show up. One small improvement, then next week do it again. Pick another 1% and another. Over time, these changes will ripple out into every part of your life. You'll feel the shift, not all at once, but slowly, deeply. And you'll realize something powerful. You're no longer waiting for change. You've become the kind of person who creates it. That's the heart of becoming a Kaizen thinker. It's not something you read about or talk about, it's something you practice. In quiet ways, in small ways, and eventually in profound ways. You begin to see yourself not as a project to be completed, but as a path to be walked. You don't rush it, you don't resent it, you respect it. And in doing so, you unlock a kind of power most people never tap into. the ability to change your life by changing how you live each day. So if there's one thing to take from all of this, let it be this: you are not far away from the life you want. You're just one small step away. And when you take that step, not out of pressure but out of love, you begin the journey, a journey without shortcuts, a journey without rush, but a journey with purpose. And that's a journey worth taking. So here we are at the end of this journey. And if there's one thing to carry with you, it's this: small steps create big change. We live in a world that constantly tells us we need to be faster, louder, more impressive. But Kaizen quietly reminds us that slow is powerful. That daily, almost invisible effort is what leads to real, lasting transformation. Not the big, dramatic moments, not the hype, but the consistent, quiet choice to show up every day and improve something, even just a little. Kaizen isn't a tool you use once and forget. It's a way of living, a way of thinking, a mindset that reshapes how you approach everything: your habits, your work, your health, your relationships, your thoughts. It teaches you that you don't need to rush. You don't need to have everything figured out. You don't even need to feel ready. You just need to begin, wherever you are, with whatever you have, and from there, you keep going, one small step, then another. At the heart of Kaizen is daily consistency, the kind of consistency that doesn't depend on motivation, the kind that grows out of self-respect. You start to show up for yourself, not because you're trying to prove anything, but because you care. You care about the person you're becoming, and that person doesn't need to be perfect. That person only needs to be willing. We talked about the myth of overnight success and how real growth is quiet. We talked about replacing motivation with systems, simple habits and daily routines that keep you moving even when you don't feel like it. We explored the idea that you're not trying to fix yourself. You're learning to honor yourself by improving gently, patiently, day by day. We looked at the spiritual roots of Kaizen and Zen, how it invites us to slow down, to be fully present, to embrace the process over perfection. And now, the question is yours to answer. What's your next small step? What is one area of your life, just one, where you can make a 1% improvement this week? Not to impress anyone, not to fix yourself, but to take care of yourself, to take ownership, to begin moving gently in the direction of your values. That's all Kaizen asks. It's not a revolution, it's not a sprint, it's a quiet walk forward. So let this be your reminder. In a world that's always rushing you, you don't have to be extraordinary today. You just have to be 1% better, and that's enough. That's enough to grow. That's enough to change. That's enough to become who you were always capable of being. Start small, stay consistent, trust the process. That's the Kaizen way. You can only fight the way you practice. Miyamoto Musashi. Picture this. The first light of dawn barely breaks the horizon. A lone samurai stands in the mist, gripping a wooden training sword, his breath steady, his mind sharp. Every movement is precise, refined through years of relentless practice. He doesn't train for battle, he trains for life. Because to Musashi, there was no separation between training and living. The way you practice, the way you think, the way you approach each moment, this is what determines your fate. This is the difference between victory and defeat, between self-mastery and self-destruction. But what if this idea applied to more than just sword fighting? What if mastering yourself was the key to mastering everything in life? What if the battles we face daily, self-doubt, distractions, fear, could be won the same way Musashi won his legendary duels? Imagine if we approached our lives with the same level of discipline, strategy, and control that he brought to every fight. How different would our lives be? Miyamoto Musashi wasn't just a warrior, he was a philosopher of life itself. He fought over 60 duels and never lost. But his greatest battle wasn't against another swordsman, it was against himself. He spent his life refining a philosophy of discipline, adaptability, and relentless self-improvement, believing that the real enemy is not an opponent, but the weaknesses within us. Hesitation, laziness, and fear. His teachings go beyond the battlefield, offering a roadmap for mastering the mind, emotions, and actions. We're going to explore how his philosophy can help you master yourself and, by extension, master your life. At first glance, you might think Musashi's philosophy is only relevant to warriors or martial artists. After all, he lived in a time of samurai and sword duels. What does that have to do with modern life? But if you look deeper, you'll see that his philosophy isn't about combat, it's about life itself. His lessons are universal, applying to business, creativity, self-improvement, and mental toughness. He understood that the real battle is not fought with weapons, it is fought within the mind. The struggles we face today, procrastination, self-doubt, fear of failure, are just different versions of the battles he faced on the battlefield. The principles he lived by can help anyone overcome their personal obstacles and achieve excellence in any field. One of Musashi's key teachings is self-discipline. In a world full of distractions where instant gratification is just a click away, discipline is rare, but it is also the foundation of success. He rejected comfort, avoided luxuries, and committed himself fully to his path. He believed that true mastery requires sacrifice. He wrote, "Do nothing that is of no use." This means cutting out everything that doesn't serve your purpose, whether it's time-wasting habits, toxic relationships, or mental clutter. In today's world, this might mean limiting social media, avoiding mindless entertainment, and focusing on what truly moves you forward. If you don't discipline yourself, the world will distract you into mediocrity. Another crucial lesson from Musashi is mental toughness. He believed that fear and emotion were the biggest obstacles to success. He once said, "You should accept death in your heart every day." This doesn't mean being obsessed with mortality. It means understanding that fear of failure, fear of rejection, and fear of discomfort are illusions. The moment you stop fearing failure, you become unstoppable. He entered every duel with a calm, focused mind, knowing that hesitation or doubt could mean death. In the modern world, this same mindset can help you take action, make bold decisions, and push through challenges without being paralyzed by fear. Whether it's starting a new project, making a difficult life decision, or standing up for yourself, the ability to act without hesitation is a skill that sets successful people apart. He also taught the importance of mastery, not just of a skill, but of oneself. He believed that mastery was a lifelong process, requiring constant learning, refinement, and self-awareness. He wrote, "From one thing, know 10,000 things." This means that when you truly master one discipline, whether it's martial arts, writing, business, or any craft, you gain insights that apply to everything else in life. The way you approach training, practice, and discipline in one area reflects how you handle challenges in all areas. This is why the best athletes, artists, and entrepreneurs all follow rigid routines and lifelong learning. They don't see mastery as a destination, they see it as a process that never ends. one of Musashi's greatest contributions to philosophy is the Book of Five Rings. Written in his final years, this book is not just about sword fighting, it's a manual for strategy, discipline, and life mastery. It is still studied today by business leaders, military strategists, and personal development experts. The book is divided into 5 sections, each representing a different element. Earth, the basics; water, adaptability; fire, aggression and conflict; wind, understanding others; and void, intuition and flow state. These principles can be applied to decision-making, leadership, creativity, and personal growth. He believed that by understanding the way of strategy, you can succeed in any area of life. So why does Musashi's philosophy still matter today? Because it teaches us how to master our thoughts, actions, and emotions. It teaches us how to build discipline, focus, and resilience in a world full of distractions and uncertainty. He lived by the idea that the way is in training. Success isn't about luck or talent, it's about the daily habits and mindset you cultivate over time. And if you want to achieve anything great in life, you must apply the same level of commitment, discipline, and strategy that Musashi did. Miyamoto Musashi was born in 1584, during a time when Japan was engulfed in constant war. This period, known as the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States era, was one of the most violent in Japanese history. Samurai clans fought endlessly for power, and the way of the sword was not just a skill, it was a means of survival. From an early age, he was thrown into this world of conflict, where life and death were separated by the sharp edge of a blade. Unlike most children of his time who were raised in noble samurai families under the guidance of established dojos, martial arts schools, his upbringing was different. His father, Shinmen Munisai, was a skilled swordsman and an expert in combat. But he did not grow up in a luxurious environment. He was raised in the rugged mountains of Japan, away from the refined teachings of the traditional samurai class. His early exposure to solitude and self-reliance would later shape his philosophy of discipline, adaptability, and self-mastery. Musashi's first recorded duel happened when he was just 13 years old. Most boys at this age were still in training, learning the basics of sword fighting under experienced instructors. But Musashi, with little formal training, was already prepared to fight a full-grown, battle-tested samurai. His opponent, Arima Kihei, was a skilled warrior from a well-respected school of combat. Confident in his abilities, Arima did not take him seriously. He expected an easy victory, but Musashi had something far more dangerous than experience. He had absolute determination and an unshakable mindset. Armed with nothing but a wooden sword, he attacked Arima with overwhelming ferocity, knocking him to the ground and beating him to death. This was the moment Musashi realized that a duel was not just about skill, it was about strategy, aggression, and psychological control. The fight didn't last long, but it changed the course of his life forever. After his first duel, Musashi chose the life of a ronin, a masterless samurai. At a time when most warriors sought the protection of powerful lords and prestigious schools, he rejected the comforts of servitude. He refused to be tied down by the rigid rules of samurai culture. Instead, he dedicated himself to wandering Japan, seeking challenges and refining his own fighting style. He had no home, no wealth, and no master, only his sword and his relentless will to improve. This decision set him apart from other warriors of his time. While most samurai followed strict traditions, he believed that true mastery came from direct experience, not theoretical learning. He fought duel after duel, each time testing new strategies and sharpening his instincts. One of the most defining moments in his early life was his experience at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. This was one of the most brutal battles in Japanese history, where over 160,000 samurai clashed in a fight that determined the future of Japan. Musashi, still a young warrior, fought on the losing side. He witnessed firsthand the horrors of large-scale war, not just the skillful duels of honor he had trained for, but the sheer chaos, bloodshed, and unpredictability of battle. This experience hardened him. It reinforced his belief that survival required more than just strength. It required strategy, adaptability, and a mindset free from hesitation or attachment. Unlike many warriors who sought glory in battle, he began to see combat as something far more profound, a test of mind over matter, where the ultimate victory was not over an opponent but over oneself. By the time he reached his late 20s, he had already built a legendary reputation as an undefeated swordsman. He had fought and won dozens of duels, each time refining his techniques and sharpening his strategic mind. But his most famous duel, the one that would cement his place in history, was against Sasaki Kojiro, one of the greatest swordsmen of the time. Kojiro was not just any opponent. He was an elite warrior, known for his unparalleled speed and precision. He wielded a nodachi, a long razor-sharp sword nearly as tall as a man, and had perfected a technique called the swallow cut, an attack so fast and lethal that it was said no one could defend against it. For Musashi, this was not just another duel. It was the ultimate test of his philosophy. The duel was set to take place on Ganryu Island in 1612, but Musashi, always thinking beyond the surface, knew that winning wasn't just about skill. It was about controlling the battlefield, the timing, and even the emotions of his opponent. Instead of arriving on time, he deliberately showed up late, keeping Kojiro waiting and building frustration within him. While most samurai saw punctuality as a sign of respect, Musashi saw it as an opportunity for psychological warfare. By the time he finally arrived, rowing himself to the island on a small boat, Kojiro was already emotionally charged, impatient, and eager to attack. But his strategy didn't stop there. Instead of using a traditional katana, he carved a wooden sword from an oar during his journey to the island. This weapon was longer than Kojiro's nodachi, giving Musashi a crucial reach advantage. He had studied Kojiro's fighting style, understanding that his opponent relied on speed and precision. But Musashi also knew that a well-placed first strike would decide the fight. The moment Kojiro drew his sword, Musashi struck with incredible speed and force, landing a single decisive blow to Kojiro's head. Before Kojiro could even react, he was already dead. This duel was more than just a display of superior skill. It was a masterclass in strategy, adaptability, and psychological warfare. He understood something that many warriors fail to grasp. Battles are won in the mind before they are won on the battlefield. While Kojiro relied on his legendary technique, he used timing, misdirection, and preparation to control the fight before it even began. He didn't just defeat Kojiro physically, he defeated him mentally, long before the first strike was ever thrown. The duel at Ganryu Island wasn't just the peak of Musashi's swordsmanship, it was a turning point in his life. After this fight, he gradually stepped away from dueling, realizing that true mastery was not about proving superiority over others, but about achieving complete self-control and understanding the deeper truths of existence. He turned to philosophy, art, and writing, distilling his life's lessons into the Book of Five Rings. Instead of continuing to seek out opponents, he sought to master himself, believing that the greatest battles were not fought with swords, but within the mind. Musashi's duel with Kojiro teaches us one of the most valuable lessons of all. The mind is the most powerful weapon you possess. In life, brute force will only get you so far. Success is not about being the strongest, it's about being the smartest, the most adaptable, and the most prepared. Whether in business, relationships, or personal development, the ability to outthink, outmaneuver, and outlast your challenges is what leads to victory. And just like Musashi, those who master themselves will find that they no longer need to prove anything to anyone because they have already won the most important battle of all. In the final years of his life, Miyamoto Musashi withdrew from society and lived in solitude. He had already proven himself as a warrior, strategist, and philosopher, but as he aged, his focus shifted towards something deeper, a way of life that went beyond battle and competition. Shortly before his death in 1645, he wrote a document titled Dokodo, which translates to The Way of Walking Alone. This was a list of 21 principles that reflected his philosophy on life, self-mastery, and detachment from worldly distractions. Unlike the Book of Five Rings, which was written for warriors and strategists, Dokodo was deeply personal. It wasn't about winning fights, it was about how to live with discipline, purpose, and freedom from attachment. One of the core themes of Dokodo is discipline and detachment. He believed that desires, whether for wealth, pleasure, or approval, were the greatest enemies of self-mastery. He understood that if your happiness depends on external things, you are not truly in control of your own life. His first principle states, accept everything just the way it is. This doesn't mean giving up or being passive. Rather, it means understanding that life is unpredictable, and resisting reality only leads to suffering. Many people waste their energy complaining about things they cannot change, but he teaches us that real strength comes from accepting life as it is and making the best of it. Instead of being frustrated by circumstances, we should adapt, learn, and move forward without being emotionally disturbed. Another powerful lesson from Dokodo is self-reliance. He had spent most of his life as a ronin, a masterless samurai, traveling alone and relying only on his own skills and wisdom. He believed that independence was key to personal freedom. In today's world, this means not depending on others for your happiness, security, or sense of self-worth. Many people feel lost without validation from others, whether it's social media likes, approval from friends and family, or external success. But Musashi teaches that true confidence comes from within. If you rely too much on external things, whether it's money, status, or relationships, you become vulnerable to disappointment and control. This idea of detachment extends to comfort and material possessions. One of the principles in Dokodo states, do not seek pleasure for its own sake. Musashi understood that chasing comfort leads to weakness. Today, we live in a world of instant gratification, entertainment, fast food, and easy pleasures are available at all times. But when you constantly seek comfort, you lose the ability to handle difficulty and discipline yourself. He believed that the path to mastery requires sacrifice, choosing what is hard over what is easy. This doesn't mean you should never enjoy life, but rather that you shouldn't let temporary pleasures control you. If you want to master yourself, you must learn to delay gratification, embrace challenges, and stay focused on long-term goals. One of the most striking principles in Dokodo states, do not be saddened by separation. This reflects his belief in emotional discipline. He understood that everything in life is temporary. People, relationships, successes, and failures all come and go. Most people suffer because they become too attached to things that are beyond their control. He teaches that if you want to be truly free, you must let go of attachment. This doesn't mean you shouldn't love or care for others, but that you should not cling to things out of fear or insecurity. In modern life, this can mean letting go of toxic relationships, moving on from past failures, and not letting external events dictate your inner peace. Another key aspect of Dokodo is simplicity and minimalism. Musashi believed that excess was a distraction. He lived with few possessions, avoided luxury, and focused only on what was necessary. One of his principles states, do not hold on to possessions you no longer need. In today's world, we are surrounded by materialism. People constantly chase the newest gadgets, cars, and designer clothes, believing that these things will bring happiness. But he teaches that possessions should serve a purpose, not define who you are. The more you own, the more you are controlled by what you own. True freedom comes from owning less and focusing on what truly matters. The final and perhaps most important theme in Dokudo is living with purpose. Musashi wrote, "Do not act following customary beliefs." This means don't just follow what society expects of you, think for yourself, and carve your own path. Many people go through life doing what they are told, following the traditional route of school, job, marriage, without questioning if it truly aligns with their purpose. He teaches that real mastery comes from knowing yourself, defining your own path, and committing fully to it. This requires courage, independence, and a willingness to stand alone. So how can we apply Musashi's Dokudo to modern life? The first step is detaching from distractions and superficial validation. In today's world, attention is the most valuable currency, and companies constantly fight for your focus through social media, advertisements, and endless entertainment. If you want to master yourself, you must learn to guard your attention and focus on what truly matters. This means limiting social media, avoiding mindless distractions, and dedicating time to personal growth. Instead of scrolling endlessly on your phone, use that time to read, train, or develop a skill. He would say, do nothing that is of no use. If something isn't helping you grow, it's only slowing you down. Another way to apply Dokudo is to embrace discomfort. Instead of seeking constant pleasure and entertainment, challenge yourself daily. Take cold showers, wake up early, train your body and mind, and push beyond your comfort zone. He believed that discipline is built through consistent hardship. The more you expose yourself to difficulty, the stronger you become. Comfort makes people weak, struggle makes them strong. Self-reliance is another crucial lesson. This means taking full responsibility for your life, your failures, your successes, and your mindset. Many people blame others for their circumstances, but Musashi would argue that the only person responsible for your path is you. Stop waiting for others to save you, to validate you, or to give you permission. If you want something, train for it, work for it, and claim it. He didn't wait for a master to teach him. He learned through experience, observation, and relentless effort. Finally, live with purpose and detachment. Don't hold on to things that don't serve you. Let go of past failures, unhealthy relationships, and pointless distractions. Focus only on what moves you forward. Musashi lived by the belief that every action should have purpose, every moment should be meaningful. This means cutting out anything that isn't aligned with your growth and mastery. Musashi's Dokudo is more than just a list of rules. It is a blueprint for self-mastery. It teaches us that life is not about chasing comfort, validation, or external success. It is about discipline, independence, and living with purpose. In a world that constantly tries to pull you in 1,000 directions, his philosophy is a reminder that true mastery starts within. If you can control your desires, focus your mind, and detach from unnecessary distractions, you will become unstoppable. The real battle is not against an opponent, it is against yourself. And if you can master yourself, you can master anything. Miyamoto Musashi's The Book of Five Rings is one of the most profound guides to mastery ever written. It is not just a book about sword fighting, it is a manual for understanding strategy, discipline, and self-mastery in all aspects of life. Written in 1645, shortly before his death, the book is divided into 5 sections, each representing an element in nature: earth, water, fire, wind, and void. These elements symbolize different aspects of learning, adaptation, struggle, perspective, and ultimate mastery. He believed that by understanding these 5 principles, a person could achieve excellence in combat, business, personal growth, and any skill they choose to master. Unlike many philosophical texts, the Book of 5 Rings is brutally practical. Musashi did not believe in complicated theories or abstract ideas that had no real-world application. His philosophy was grounded in direct experience. Everything he taught came from a life of combat, observation, and deep self-discipline. His main belief was simple: if you master yourself, you can master anything. Each of the 5 books within the text teaches a different lesson, and together they form a complete path to self-mastery. Do nothing that is of no use. The ground book is the foundation of all mastery. Just as a house must be built on solid ground, so must skill and wisdom be built upon strong fundamentals. Musashi believed that before a person could achieve greatness, they had to first master the basics. Whether in martial arts, business, creativity, or self-improvement, success comes not from chasing complicated techniques, but from deeply understanding the core principles. In today's world, many people look for shortcuts. They want to skip the fundamentals and jump straight to advanced techniques. They chase hacks, trends, and quick fixes, believing that success comes from a secret formula. But he understood that, without mastery of the basics, advanced skills are meaningless. This is why professional athletes train the same movements thousands of times, and why great musicians practice simple scales daily. The same applies to business, personal growth, and any field of mastery. Excellence is built on small, repeated actions over time. So how do we apply this in the modern world? The first step is to eliminate distractions. Musashi warned against wasting time on things that don't contribute to your growth. Today, this means cutting out mindless entertainment, social media addictions, and negative habits that do not serve your long-term goals. Instead, focus on deep work and deliberate practice, the kind of effort that leads to real improvement. If you are learning a skill, do not rush. Commit to mastering the basics one step at a time. The Water Book. Think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. Water is formless. It takes the shape of whatever contains it, flowing effortlessly around obstacles. This is the lesson of the Water Book, the importance of adaptability and flexibility. Musashi believed that true mastery was not about rigidly following one path, but about learning to adjust, evolve, and respond to any situation. Many people fail in life because they refuse to adapt. They cling to outdated beliefs, resist change, and fear stepping outside their comfort zone. He saw this as a fatal weakness. A warrior who only knows one way to fight will be easily defeated by someone who can adjust their tactics on the spot. The same principle applies in today's world. Those who resist change get left behind, while those who adapt continue to grow. To apply this in modern life, one must develop a growth mindset. Instead of fearing failure, see every mistake as a lesson. Be open to new perspectives, new knowledge, and new ways of thinking. In business, this means being willing to pivot and adjust strategies. In relationships, it means listening and understanding different viewpoints. In personal development, it means continuously evolving, never becoming complacent. The most successful people in any field are not the strongest or the smartest. They are the ones who adapt the fastest. Perceive that which cannot be seen. Fire represents struggle, adversity, and conflict. It is the test of one's resilience, mindset, and ability to endure hardship. In combat, fire is the intensity of battle, the moment when everything is on the line. But in life, fire is the challenges we face, the obstacles, failures, and hardships that test our strength. Musashi believed that true mastery is forged in struggle. A person who has never faced difficulty will crumble the moment they are tested. Most people fear struggle. They avoid discomfort, seek easy paths, and give up when things get hard. But he knew that challenges are what create strength. Just as a sword is tempered by fire, a person's character is shaped by adversity. The key is not to run from struggle, but to embrace it, learn from it, and use it as fuel for growth. How do we apply this? First, develop resilience. Train yourself to stay calm under pressure. When facing difficulties, shift your mindset. Instead of seeing failure as a setback, see it as part of the learning process. Every challenge contains a hidden lesson. Those who embrace struggle grow stronger, while those who avoid it remain weak. To know 10,000 things, know one well. The Wind Book teaches the importance of studying different perspectives. Musashi believed that to become a true master, you must not only understand yourself, but also the world around you. He studied many schools of combat, learning not just his own style, but also the techniques of his enemies. By understanding their weaknesses, he could always gain the upper hand. In today's world, this lesson applies to business, relationships, leadership, and personal growth. If you want to succeed, you must not just focus on yourself, you must understand the perspectives of others. Great leaders study psychology to better lead people. Great entrepreneurs study their competitors to find advantages. Great thinkers study different philosophies to expand their wisdom. A practical way to apply this is to never stop learning. Read widely, study philosophy, business, psychology, and science. Listen to different opinions, even if you disagree. The more perspectives you understand, the sharper your mind becomes. True intelligence comes not from knowing one thing deeply, but from seeing how all things are connected. By knowing things that exist, you can know that which does not exist. The Void Book represents the highest level of mastery, the state of Mushin, no mind. This is a state of complete flow, total presence, and effortless action. In combat, it is the moment where the swordsman acts without thinking, moving purely on instinct. In life, it is the ability to perform at your best without hesitation or self-doubt. Many people overthink. They hesitate, second-guess, and get stuck in their own heads. But Musashi teaches that the highest level of mastery is to let go of conscious thought and trust your training. This applies to sports, business, creativity, and personal growth. The best athletes enter flow state, where they react without thinking. The best musicians play with feeling, not calculation. The best entrepreneurs make bold decisions without fear. To apply this, train your mind through meditation and mindfulness. Learn to quiet the noise in your head and focus on the present moment. Trust your instincts. Mastery is not about thinking, it is about being. Miyamoto Musashi's teachings are not just ancient wisdom meant for warriors of the past. His philosophy applies to the modern world as much as it did in feudal Japan. His principles of discipline, mental toughness, and detachment can help anyone, whether you're an entrepreneur, athlete, artist, or just someone trying to improve their life. Discipline and daily habits. One of the most defining aspects of Musashi's life was his unwavering discipline. He was a man of simplicity, he owned very few possessions, avoided luxury, and lived a highly structured life. Unlike many samurai who were deeply embedded in the political and social circles of their time, he chose a different path. He focused entirely on training, self-improvement, and refinement of his craft. This wasn't just about sword fighting. It was a philosophy of life. He understood that the key to mastery wasn't motivation or talent, but consistent, disciplined effort over time. In today's world, most people struggle with distractions and inconsistency. We live in a time where instant gratification is everywhere. endless entertainment, social media, fast food, and comfort at every turn. It's easy to lose focus, to procrastinate, and to fall into bad habits. But he teaches us that discipline is the foundation of success. If you cannot control your habits, you cannot control your life. This means building strong daily rituals that reinforce your focus and commitment to improvement. A practical way to apply this is through morning routines. Many successful people today follow a structured morning ritual that sets the tone for their day. This can include meditation, journaling, exercise, or focused deep work. The goal is to start the day with clarity and purpose, rather than falling into distraction. Another key practice is eliminating excess. Musashi believed that too many possessions and comforts made people weak. Today, this means decluttering not just your physical space, but also your mental space. Remove distractions from your environment, cut out unnecessary commitments, and focus only on what truly matters. The most important lesson here is that discipline is a muscle. It gets stronger the more you use it. You don't need to make dramatic changes overnight, but you should commit to small, consistent improvements. Whether it's waking up earlier, setting aside time for focused work, or removing distractions from your life, the key is repetition and commitment. He lived by the idea that the way is in training, meaning that self-mastery is built through daily practice, not occasional bursts of effort. If you want to become great at anything, you must make it a habit. Mental toughness and overcoming fear. Musashi believed that fear is an illusion created by the mind. Throughout his life, he faced countless battles where hesitation or doubt could mean death. He understood that the difference between winning and losing was not just skill, but mindset. He once wrote that a warrior should accept death in his heart every day, not as a morbid thought, but as a way to remove fear. This allowed him to fight with calmness and precision, while his enemies were often paralyzed by anxiety. In the modern world, fear still holds people back, not from duels with swords, but from taking action in life. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of discomfort. These mental barriers stop people from reaching their potential. But just like in battle, 80% of success is mental. If you can control your thoughts, you can control your actions. The problem is that most people let fear dictate their decisions. They avoid challenges, play it safe, and never push beyond their comfort zones. Musashi teaches us that fear only has power if you let it. So how do we apply this? One powerful method is voluntary discomfort, deliberately putting yourself in situations that are uncomfortable so that you can train your mind to handle stress. This can include cold showers, fasting, silence, or intense physical training. These practices help you build mental resilience by teaching you that discomfort is temporary and can be controlled. Another method is to face fears head-on. Instead of avoiding difficult situations, confront them directly. The more you expose yourself to fear, the less control it has over you. Whether it's public speaking, taking a risk in business, or standing up for yourself, the only way to conquer fear is through action. He teaches that the strongest warriors are not the ones who never feel fear, but the ones who learn to move forward despite it. In life, fear will always be present, but it is your choice whether to be controlled by it or to overcome it. If you train your mind to see challenges as opportunities for growth, fear transforms from an obstacle into a tool for success. The art of detachment. One of Musashi's most powerful lessons is the importance of detachment. He believed that emotions, especially desire and attachment, were dangerous because they clouded judgment. A warrior who fights with emotion rather than strategy is reckless. A person who is too attached to outcomes, people, or material things becomes vulnerable. True mastery comes from staying rational, disciplined, and in control of your mind. This does not mean he was against love or human connection. Rather, he warned against allowing emotions to control your actions. In relationships, this can mean not becoming obsessed with someone to the point where you lose yourself. Many people get caught in toxic relationships because they fear being alone or because they become too emotionally attached to an unhealthy situation. Musashi would say, "Learn to love, but never lose your sense of self." In business, detachment means not being ruled by greed, ego, or short-term thinking. Many people make bad decisions because they let emotions override logic, whether it's making impulsive investments, chasing trends, or refusing to adapt when something isn't working. The modern application of this principle is deeply connected to Stoic philosophy, which teaches that we should only focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot. If something is outside your power, whether it's other people's opinions, past mistakes, or uncontrollable events, it is wasted energy to be attached to it. Instead, focus on what you can control: your actions, your mindset, and your decisions. One practical way to cultivate detachment is through meditation and journaling. Musashi spent long hours alone, reflecting on his thoughts and emotions, sharpening his mind like a sword. Today, many successful people follow this practice, taking time each day to clear their minds, reflect, and gain perspective. Another method is to pause before reacting emotionally. When something upsets you, instead of reacting immediately, take a deep breath and assess the situation logically. Detachment is a skill. It takes practice, but once mastered, it gives you freedom from impulsive reactions and emotional instability. Ultimately, his philosophy teaches that those who are ruled by their emotions are controlled by external forces, while those who cultivate detachment remain steady in all situations. If you can learn to stay calm, disciplined, and focused, no matter what happens, you will become unshakable. And when you are unshakable, you become truly free. Musashi's wisdom is timeless. His lessons on discipline, mental toughness, and detachment apply just as much to modern life as they did in the age of the samurai. If you can learn to build strong daily habits, overcome fear, and detach from unnecessary emotions, you will gain a level of control over your life that few people ever achieve. Mastery is not about being perfect. It is about constant improvement, training, and self-awareness. He understood that the battle is never against the outside world. It is always against the weaknesses within yourself. If you can master your mind, you can master your life. And in the words of Musashi himself, the way is in training. The question is, are you willing to walk the path? As we come to the end of this deep exploration of Miyamoto Musashi's philosophy, one thing becomes clear. Mastery is not about achieving perfection, but about the relentless pursuit of progress. Musashi himself never claimed to be perfect. Even after winning over 60 duels, after writing the Book of Five Rings, after spending decades honing his craft, he still believed that the path to self-mastery never truly ends. This is one of the greatest lessons we can take from him. There is no final destination in mastery, only the journey. His entire life was a testament to this idea. He trained every single day, refining his skills, sharpening his mind, and developing his discipline. He didn't wait for the perfect moment to act. He simply trained, learned, and adapted. This is why he said, "The way is in training." It means that mastery is not something you achieve once and then move on. It is something you commit to daily through small, consistent actions. Whether it is mastering a skill, improving your mindset, or strengthening your body, the key is to show up every day and do the work. This is where most people go wrong. They expect success to come quickly. They want instant results, instant improvement, instant mastery. But his life proves that the path to greatness is slow, demanding, and often uncomfortable. It requires patience, discipline, and the ability to embrace the process, even when progress feels invisible. True mastery is not about talent, it is about commitment. The difference between those who succeed and those who fail is simple. Some people give up when things get difficult, while others keep going, no matter what. Another critical lesson we can take from Musashi is the idea that self-mastery leads to life mastery. Everything starts from within: your thoughts, your habits, your discipline. If you cannot master yourself, you will always be controlled by external forces, by distractions, by emotions, by the opinions of others. But when you develop discipline, resilience, and adaptability, you become the master of your own destiny. You stop making excuses, you stop being reactive, and you start taking control of your actions, your decisions, and ultimately, your future. This is why his philosophy remains so powerful today. He was not just a swordsman, he was a philosopher, strategist, and student of life. His lessons applied to business, relationships, creativity, personal growth, and every challenge we face in modern life. He teaches us that fear is an illusion, discipline is freedom, and success is a result of daily effort, not luck. I want you to ask yourself one simple question. Are you walking the path of mastery, or are you waiting for the perfect moment to begin? Because the truth is, there is no perfect moment. There is only now. The only way to get better at anything, your craft, your mindset, your life, is to start training today. The way is in training. To close, I'll leave you with one final quote from Musashi. Today is victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser men. The real battle is always within. Master yourself and you will master your life.